Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, not in Wijk aan Zee today, but in Eindhoven. I will tell you more about that shortly. I'm Grandmaster Erwin Lamy, your host for today. I'm joined by international master, award-winning author, one of my first trainers, Herman Grote. I'm very happy to have you on the show. And as I said, we are in Eindhoven today at the high-tech campus. We have visited the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam before. Usually, of course, our residence is still Wijk aan Zee, but this year we are going on tour. Today we are in Eindhoven, the high-tech campus, the smartest square kilometer of the Netherlands. It's called.
Not because of me, but.
And we have a very exciting round as well. We have today Aronian playing Karjakin,
Yes.
numbers 1 and 2 in the field. Van Wely, as we already saw, we had a quick peek at the games, has started the game extremely sharp, so I'm expecting a lot of that as well.
King's Indian Van Wely is a long time ago, I think.
A long time ago, his
Yes.
youth years.
Yes.
And talking about youth, you have played in Eindhoven, I think. We are in Eindhoven today. Can you tell us a bit about
Yes.
your history with the chess club here?
I think I have played for quite some years. I think about 12 years in Eindhoven, and it was also a very nice time. At the time I was student here, mathematics and informatica, and we had some strong, talented players who managed to become champion of Holland in the Dutch championship competition, the team championship competition, and that was quite a surprise because Volmaak Rotterdam was the big team in Holland for 15 years, and in one
all
year
grandmasters, I think, in that
all
team.
grandmasters,
Yeah.
Timon van der Wiel, but also from abroad.
Right.
And in 1984, I think we managed to become champion.
With a student team, can I say that?
Yes, well, we had some engineers in the team, I think, and it's some old players, but also I think 5 or 6 students. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we had the Dutch championship as well here 2 years ago in the high-tech campus.
Yes.
So we can definitely say that Eindhoven has some chess roots.
You can say that, yes. And there's also there were more than 6 clubs here in Eindhoven, but nowadays it's a little bit less because also chess in Holland is a little bit going down. So also in Eindhoven
this tournament will bring it back up.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's many visitors today, so hopefully they will join the clubs.
I should maybe mention this to our viewers. We are in a new environment, and there's also the novelty is that we actually have a live audience here, so we might be expecting questions also at any moment when we are going to look at the games. We will see how that works out. I'm sure it will all work out well. Shall we have a look at the games?
Yes.
We have on the board already the game Aronian Karjakin. I'm just going to go through it from the start. A Queen's Indian.
Queen's Indian.
My favorites with black. One of your favorites,
with black.
Right. Bishop b4 check.
Yes.
It's maybe good to point out that this move bishop a6. I just have to unclick there. This bishop on a6 attacks c4, and black's point is basically that whatever move white is making here to defend that c4 pawn, they're all somehow harming his position. For example, one of the moves here is knight bd2, and that knight is blocking the bishop. Another move is b3, which Aronian actually chose, but it's maybe also not the move you would like to make.
And it's good to point out why a move like queen c2 is not the best move. What black thought, because then bishop goes back to b7, and if you play knight c3 to come with e4,
right?
Sometimes,
yeah,
then
of course that would be a dream position.
Dream position, and black will play c5, and with the queen on d1, white would advance with d5.
Right.
And now this will cost a pawn.
After taking, we can still give a check.
Yes,
but queen e7 saves the day here.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So that's important to know that the queen is worse placed on c2 than on d1.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly because of this advance.
Yeah.
Okay. Ronjan played b3. And bishop before check, it's a similar move, in fact. Because white's main setup is to play bishop b2, knight maybe to d2, bishop to g2. He will castle. And this is the best setup he's aiming for. But after bishop before check, bishop d2, already we see that the bishop is not going to the place where it wants to go. And now black just drops back, provoking that slight disharmony in white's position. Knight c3, castle, bishop g2, c6. We're following mainstream theory. Hundreds, if not thousands of games, I think.
Yes.
e4, d5. Yeah, and this is actually very interesting because I know we don't have Peter Dogges. Normally Peter Dogges comes in after an hour and he brings his laptop and shows us all the latest opening ideas. But I'm pretty confident that Aronian and Karjakin have had this position on the board before. And this exact same position occurred. And I'm curious what Karjakin has prepared this time.
So they already played this together?
They played this, yeah. I know that I'm not entirely sure if it's still in the same position, but definitely this variation and definitely also taking on d5 has been seen between these two before. Clearly white has the plan of putting pressure on that d5 pawn. It's quite a logical attempt.
Yes.
Bishop f4. Now we have quite a lot of moves already. I'm just going to go to the current position on the board.
Well, maybe we can go a little bit back. Why is the rook going to b1, not to c2? Maybe we can check that first.
Okay, that's a good point actually.
The rook belongs on the c file, but probably is something tactical.
I could imagine that, for example,
you can take on c4, and then takes on b3, intermediate move.
After bishop b7, she takes b3,
yes.
And because we're hitting that rook on c2, we're just in time. Another point may be that after rook b1, if you want to take, then after an exchange of bishops, perhaps the move c4, c5 can be interesting because the knight on b7 is a bit loose. The rook is now very well placed on the b file suddenly. So maybe there are two reasons actually why that's better. But again, this bishop a3 move, it's an interesting move just to provoke some slight.
It's funny that when Nimzowitsch started this move bishop a6, didn't you know that? Many years ago.
Many years ago. It was before I was born, I think. I think you were also not born.
Not born there. 1933, I think, something like that.
Okay.
But he also Nimzowitsch had also this maneuvers with his bishop backwards again, and this is what you said before, just provoking some disharmony.
Yes, slight disharmony in the white position.
Yes.
Exactly. So rook b1 was played. Bishop b4, knight e2. So clearly he's intending, which we will see, to go bishop g5, knight f4, and again indirectly applying pressure on d5. Knight c6, bishop g5, bishop e7. Of course, that pin is rather annoying. Knight f4. And I think here we saw the first long thing of Karjakin. He spent 7 minutes on queen d6.
Yeah, the knight on c6 is a little bit funny.
Right.
So what?
Of course, we would like to exchange it for the e5 knight, but at this point that would be rather disastrous.
Yes.
Because if the d takes e5, knight has to go. Bishop takes e7, takes e7, c takes d5. It will be just immediately collapsing. So he decided to play queen c6, probably applying extra pressure on e5, ready to take it off. And Ronjan went for a rather forced sequence here. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop takes d5. Now, okay, he's a pawn up, but that is only temporarily. And this is the position
at the moment.
I think we have currently on the board. No, we have rook e1 and queen f6. This is the position currently on the board. What do you think?
Slightly better for white, but that's easy to say.
Yeah, we can say it's rather risk-free also probably.
Yeah, he has a very nice placed piece on d5. There's a pin. On c6.
Yes.
So you can improve your pieces now.
Good to point out that bishop here is a really green, actually, is the right color, and that bishop slightly uncomfortably aiming at the black position.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
For example, if we manage in the near future, let me just make a random move, and if we manage to exchange some pieces, for example, get the strong bishop off, then bring the knight to c5, rooks to the center, right?
And all the problems are away. Yeah.
All the problems are solved, more or less. Of course, white will not
Yeah.
allow all of this. So how can we keep the pressure on? That's what I'm wondering.
Probably improving the rook on b1 first.
Right, rook c1 is the most natural move,
natural
I
move.
think.
And queen f3 is coming in mind. But
Right.
then
I was afraid after queen f3, because that, of course,
you have knight d4.
in general, is a very desirable move.
Right.
To apply extra pressure on those. But knight d4, yeah,
Knight d4 is
as you pointed out.
not knight e5 because
Not knight e5,
because of taking.
that's a nice little tactic. Rook takes e5,
knight wins the,
and now queen takes e5, bishop takes b7, and
is already winning.
that's already winning. So I think we're expecting rook c1,
Yes.
and
Now black has to choose which rook to which square. Rook ace.
the first thing that,
ac8
or d8
Oh,
maybe.
d8 or
I like to pin that bishop
yeah.
and create a little threat of our own. We would like to play something like knight b4 and get the bishop. And still we have
Yeah.
knight d4. Sorry, after queen
Yes.
after queen f3.
And nothing special.
Okay, so this will be interesting to see how Aronian will try to keep the pressure.
Yeah.
In general, since he's leading, I think it's a smart choice he made.
Yeah.
No risks. He just wants to.
He wants to keep some pressure and see what's happening.
And if the game will result in a draw, he will not complain too much, because he will simply consolidate his
position.
his lead in the. What do you think? Which game shall we go to next? Yeah, sure.
After white took on d5.
After white took on d5 on move 20, yes.
Black thought a long time, and was it possible here to take a knight on e5?
Okay,
Yes.
that's an interesting question.
Question is, can black take on e5?
With the knight on e5?
With the knight on e5 instead of taking
It's
on
true,
d5
actually. We
back.
should have pointed it out. He thought for half an hour.
Half an hour?
In this position.
Right.
That's a very good point. And apart from knight takes e5, we also have the move knight takes d4, maybe, which we have to.
Right.
So
Also.
knight takes e5, d takes e5. I'm expecting. Bishop takes e5.
And now probably on e6.
I'm guessing d takes e6.
D
takes e6.
There's also intermediate move on f7. When you have to take on g2,
Yeah.
probably. Now you can take on f7, but and then take with the knight back
Yeah.
on g2. Wins a,
I'm not sure about this. How
well,
oh, you mean?
with
You're right.
check, with check, and
Yeah.
then exchange queens.
This is very
So
important.
some intermediate moves, and then take back
We
with the
exchange them.
knight. And
The
then,
thing is that I missed that the knight is also
The knight is
allowed to
allowed to
retreat
go
back.
no, that is a common mistake.
That's a
Erwin.
common mistake. I thought king d2 is forced, and then of course after bishop takes a4, it's
that's
simply.
simply draw.
But
Yeah.
if the knight takes g2, yeah, this is a clear pawn.
Yeah.
So that it really explains why he didn't go for knight
Yeah.
takes e5. Was knight d4 just to quickly?
Yes.
Knight takes d4.
Probably the same kind of stuff.
Because now my idea was that after queen takes d4, bishop takes 5, we have more or less the same position, but now we win a tempo
You
by
win a tempo.
hitting the
Exactly.
queen.
We thought a knight at c4.
Right. That's probably the most critical line. Knight c4.
Yes.
This also looks a bit dangerous for
Very
for
dangerous,
black,
yes.
to say the least.
Yeah. At least, yeah.
To say the least. I think that simply he took his time to make sure that in this position we have reached, that there are no direct problems, that he is not immediately losing something, and I think he's reasonably
yeah.
happy with how the opening resulted. Okay, we are definitely going to keep an eye on this one.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I think the game Van Veli
Van Veli,
is
of
a
course,
very interesting game.
Just for the fans as well.
Yes, yeah, we are
Van
in
Veli
the
is a
neighborhood of where Van Veli was born.
Dilburg.
Maybe we have many fans here.
Yeah.
Van Veli won his last 2 games, so
Yes.
he's really in a winning mood. And today he's going back to his youth.
I would say
King's
he
Indian.
plays like he's in his youth. Eh?
Yeah,
He's,
yeah.
He has no no fear anymore.
No, he lost all fear, all...
He's
going all out,
freely,
it looks like. Freely,
he, yeah.
So we like to see this, of course, because this is
His odd love.
surely going to be spectacular today.
King's
G5,
Indian.
well, King's
Midnight.
Indian, we all know
Yeah.
it's rather simple here, though in practice it's not so easy.
Yeah.
White is coming on this side. White is going to push his queen side pawns. Black is going to do the same on this side, maybe bring his rook around, start a king side attack. If black mates the white king, he
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, white wins. That's more or less
Right,
the
right.
story of this
Yeah.
this game. A player like Kasparov comes to mind. He's visiting the tournament on Saturday. Was a big specialist in this variation.
Position,
Introduced a lot of new ideas for black.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't remember a single game where he didn't mate his opponent with black here. So
You know
so
that the one of the main specialists for white was Korchnoi
right, of
in
course,
the
yeah,
in the late
yeah.
80s.
Korchnoi
late
defended the
90s.
white side and
Right.
and Kasparov.
And then
black
Korchnoi
side.
lost one game in this particular variation to Kasparov, and then he started to go for new things.
Yeah,
But I remember a nice story that Korchnoi played Van Wely once, and Van Wely fell into a trick where he lost his. No, he didn't lose, but he had to exchange his white-colored bishop, bishop on c8. And Korchnoi was laughing at him. He said, "How can you play King's Indian when you let your main bishop on c8?"
that's an important point you're
Very
making.
important point.
Because without the bishop on c8, it's
you
usually
cannot,
very difficult to get at the king. It's a very important attacking piece.
Right, there was a trick with knight takes e7, rook takes, and then c6, something like this.
Okay, okay,
And then
okay.
he could not go away with his bishop on c8. So the knight was
Right.
taking the bishop, and there was no attack anymore, and Korchnoi won on the queen side because it's not stoppable.
Right, right.
Okay, go away.
We'll just see where we left off, because this is interesting how So played. He didn't really feel like having this pure race of white going on the queen
Yes.
side, black on the king side. He played g4, immediately trying to stop black on this side. h5 is a typical reaction,
Yes.
because f takes g3 is generally not considered a great response. You kind of lose your control
power,
bit, and
yeah.
also the e3 square. It's very nice for white to utilize, bringing his
Nice.
pieces in.
And also king to g2 and
King to G2.
h file. Yeah.
Right, right. So h5 is the standard way of dealing with this. Simply trying to break that structure open on this side. Of course, this is not a move, because you have the knight f6. That pawn is gonna fall. Oops, it's gonna fall fast. And
Faster,
it's really
and,
gonna.
yeah, you can go quickly.
So h3. He played ready to meet h takes g4 with h takes g4.
I thought that Benker was the one who was the founder of this move.
Yeah, I think Benko he
G4.
played it in
He
a
played it
slightly
many times.
different way.
Yeah, it was in another. It was
He
another
played it. He
variation.
played it here,
Oh yes.
and after f5,
And then
he
G4.
immediately played g4.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
This is the Benko variation.
Yeah, yeah.
Already before black even played f4.
To
And-
close the king side, and then in the.
It's
but
a very logical move, because as we see in the game, it is
if you
closed.
cannot break down, then,
If you cannot break on this
yeah.
side, then the same applies here. Basically, white is winning on the queen side.
Right.
That's it takes some time.
Yeah.
But white is winning on the queen side, and he's trying not to be
To keep it.
to slow black down on the
Right.
on the other side.
Yeah.
h5, h3, rook f6 is a typical procedure, bringing the
Yeah.
rook around. Also freeing the f8 square for the knight that might jump
Yeah.
at some point into white's position. Knight d3, rook h6, c5. Okay, this is also
I was
rather
wondering
interesting
how,
moment.
where the new novelty were. Is it all a new position already?
Unfortunately, I have no clue. But it makes it also nice. We see this position for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Because there was I was remembering some game of Kasparov where he came to h6 with the queen. There was a maneuver where he came. It was in this Korchnoi game that the rook was going to h7, and the bishop, and he managed to get the queen in front of the rook, to have the attack there later.
I think I'm afraid we'll have to ask him this
Yeah,
when he
we have
comes.
to ask him.
Because I'm definitely not recalling this right now.
The rook is a little bit funny.
But
on
I'm a
h6.
bit not surprised is a big word, but knight h7 at least it's a very big decision.
Yes.
He's changing the structure considerably, and The upside is that after knight g6, rook c1, as he played bishop, he can get rid of that horrible bishop on on g7, which is usually only looking at his own structure.
He plays it positionally.
He plays it positionally, exactly. And he did think about this move for 23 minutes. And I think that he thought about this move so long because he has to consider bishop takes f8, I think.
Okay, yeah.
And if knight takes f8,
Knight
some
b5.
direct move like knight b5,
b5, yes.
immediately, there's also the reason why So played rook c1, I think.
Yeah.
So,
And now you see the rook should be on the 7th rank.
yeah. Are we thinking rook a7?
Or c6? C6? No, c6 does. I don't trust c6.
Yes, you see, I wouldn't like to open the position on this side.
No.
Because at the
Also,
moment
you
we
lose a d file as well.
right, and we haven't really gotten far on the king side either.
This is
so
losing already, probably.
this looks bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Although, little check.
Aha, a check.
A little check.
Okay, maybe. Is it
A
then,
little
is
check.
it then playable? Okay, king g2,
King g2 and
take on c6.
yeah, take on c6 first, of course.
And where's the knight going to? You also have an intermediate check. No, you don't.
Because yeah, if we give a check intermediate like black did, then we run into
I thought bishop
into
c4,
trouble.
but it doesn't work. It's protected.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
So we'll have to jump either to d6 or to c3 back, I think.
Yeah, but
But in both cases, it looks rather. For example, if we go back, you can simply go knight g6, I think. And already this threat knight h4, the king is already feeling.
right.
This is the kind of play black is aiming for,
Yeah.
throwing the pieces at the white king
Yeah,
and just.
and the dark squares. Now you have the dark squares with black
Right.
on the king side at least.
So this may be far from clear, actually.
This is good for black.
Far
probably.
from clear.
Okay.
So in any case, he had to assess all of this, and I think that's why he really took his time for his last move.
And he did play.
He played bishop f8 after
Bishop F8.
23
Ah,
23
he
minutes
took
of thought.
So also you could play b4 if you want.
B4. Would he like to play? Maybe he wants to.
You want to put it there.
Yeah. And then after bishop, if we exchange it now, we can take back like this.
And then you have to
Again,
do
making
b6,
our structure, making our structure pretty again.
Yeah, and now is your
And the queen can
you're
go to
missing
d6.
your black squared bishop now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's always a good defender. That with white square bishop, white would like to have it somewhere here, controlling everything.
Yeah.
I think this is the position we have on the board right now. So that may be a good moment to move on to the next game. I see that Rapport and Giri, they are doing something very original. That's not very surprising.
Bishop f4.
We've had a great time with the games of Rapport so far. I think he has a new record. This time he thought actually 4 minutes on his first move.
Yes, really.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I was told that he was sitting and I know that Bronstein I think did something similar.
You get that this joke is in my book. That he was thinking for more than 40 minutes in the Relopes, played bishop takes c6, the exchange variation.
Yes.
He thought for 40 minutes and then afterwards they asked the guy, why did you think 40 minutes for a theoretical move? He said, well, I'm giving away 32 white squares, so I have to think about it first. But bishop f4.
Yeah, very rare. Again, not something I have much to say about.
No.
I certainly have never tried it myself.
I
I don't think I ever will. But Anish, he immediately. Well, first of all, I think the reason he's going for this is Anish is a known theoretician.
Yes.
He's one of the best prepared players in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I have hardly seen him in trouble. Actually, only against Van Wely, who played Bishop G5, the Trompowsky against
Trompowsky,
Anish. Only in that game did he really experience big problems in the opening. Otherwise, in the main lines, he is so well prepared, and I think Rapport realizes that his chances are not in the opening. He just wants to play.
So is Rapport proving that opening theory is not the main thing in the highest level?
He has 3 out of 8. He's showed some entertaining chess, and I think he's pretty happy with how the tournament is going. He's had some bad moments. He's had some good moments. Like for example, the Budapest game he won against Gelfand.
Right.
I thought it was amazing how he.
It
was a really fantastic game.
Fantastic.
Such an opening.
Yeah.
So double edge, but I think he's enjoying himself.
That's good.
And I like that he's fighting every game. He's young. He has to improve. He knows that this is where he can really try his luck against the strongest players in the world,
Right.
and he's taking his chance. So Anish, he goes very ambitiously,
Yes.
C5.
Like in the Tchaikovsky.
exactly like in the game with Luke,
Similar.
but there the bishop was on
G5. Yeah.
Richard took 23 minutes on his third move
All right.
to take the pawn.
Yeah. D5 is probably bad because of Queen B6.
Yeah, it's very easy. I'm again
It's a-
comparing it to the Trompowsky
Trompowsky,
variation.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say Queen B6, and normally Bishop takes F6 is
It's
one of
then,
the main moves here.
lines, yeah. Yeah.
That's not allowed here.
Yeah, they play in Trompowsky. They play. Hodgson was one of the big guys in this.
Yeah,
Played
yeah.
Bishop C1.
Oh, he can still do that.
It can still
he
do
can
it.
still do that. Yeah,
So go back.
and
And
simply
says,
saying, well, I have a pawn on
on
D5.
D5. It's enough.
Oh, of course, in time, if you can get knight C3 and E4, you can simply have space. You have a typical
Kind of
position actually.
The queen on B6 is not.
Not easy to take advantage of the fact that that bishop has moved
No.
rather ridiculously
No.
to F4 and.
It's a kind of Benoni
C1.
position. of
But
course.
Rapport didn't want any of
Okay.
this. He took on C5.
Yes.
Knight A6 was played. Already we can be sure that the players are no longer in their books. They also Anish
Oh,
spent 10
improving.
minutes on this move, so
Improving on it.
it's quite remarkable actually
Yeah.
to be able to get players out of
Yeah.
book on move 3. At this level, that's more or less unheard of.
Maybe on move 2.
Maybe on move 2 already.
Maybe on
Yeah.
move.
Queen D4, Queen A5 check. Winning. Okay, he's immediately winning back his pawn. Of course, it was not a real sacrifice. Knight takes C5, Bishop D2, Knight E6. On
Wait
the
a
board.
minute, one moment. Maybe we can ask ourselves what's happening with B4. Then you have
Yeah,
knight E6, of course.
I'm guessing Knight E6.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good to point that out because it almost wins a piece, of course.
Yes.
But Knight E6,
Knight E6 is saving the.
we can
save-
still take here though.
Ah.
Well, just first to point out that B takes A5, Knight takes D4
Yes.
would be perfect because that structure is ruined. C2 is hanging, so
This is
that would be perfect.
Yes.
I'm just wondering about this little move, but I'm guessing, well, taking
You can.
back is even possible because after
Yeah, because
B
F4 is
takes
hanging.
A5, F4 is still hanging,
And
and
also
then
the structure is.
those bishops and the structure, when those pawns come forward, it will be yeah. This is clear.
disastrous.
This is clear.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, but we have to look to it. Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely. So he
Alright.
played Bishop D2,
Yes.
building in a little trick. For example, if Black is careless, okay, a move we will not see. Knight D5 will come, attacking the queen on A5,
Yes.
creating some threats on C7, and
the
the
knight
queen
is
is still
hanging.
hanging on.
Yeah.
So Black cannot cover all of them. Queen B5 would run in Knight C7.
Mm-hmm.
Queen D8 would lose the queen on the knight on C5. So
E6 and then
that's
knight
definitely-
C7.
oh yeah,
That's also
that continues
important.
actually. I
It's
thought the line was finished already,
No,
but
no, it's important. Knight C7.
we win the queen. We win the queen as well. Yeah,
Otherwise, you would have.
won back
Won
the
back
knight
the
exactly.
knight,
Well,
yeah.
we can exchange it on F6, but
All right. Okay.
So that's a little trick that Anish is definitely not gonna fall for.
Yeah.
He played knight 96 actually, so it's now white's move. I think this is the position currently on the board.
So they have 6 moves placed now.
Yeah, 6 move played. The report has 52 minutes left.
Right.
Anish 1 hour 13, so we can
Incredible.
expect some time trouble. Some
scramble. Yeah.
this is gonna be very interesting. Where are we putting the queen? First of all,
H4. Then you play G5.
right? We're just gonna hunt it down now, of course.
Yes. The queen is badly placed.
No, I think G5 is a strong move.
Strong
isn't
move,
it?
huh?
Yeah, just
you're developing with.
hitting it again and already making some.
Developing with tempo.
Yeah.
The queen is still bad.
So where are we going? Queen A4 would be, of course, be admitting that the whole setup is because after an exchange,
D5.
there's simply nothing that I mean, Black is probably
okay.
slightly even better with extra central pawn.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely not expecting a queen exchange.
Queen D3 then.
Queen D3.
Looks the normal move.
Or will we see a repetition of
Yeah.
moves? Or
well. I
don't
hope
think so.
not. I hope not.
I don't think so. No, that's definitely not going to happen.
No.
Maybe we can try something like B6, trying to bring the bishop around. On the
Yeah.
other hand, after E4,
E4.
that bishop also starts to play, so bishop A6 is prevented.
Is this not similar to the when you play G6 and move like G6, like the
In this position, you mean?
accelerating dragon?
Another opening I'm not a big expert
Yes,
of.
but there's,
So I
there's
have
some
no idea.
variation when the queen goes to a5 and you play b6 and g6 and it is a Sicilian position.
Perhaps you're
It's a
right.
Sicilian-
Yeah,
Sicilian
that's
position
true.
now.
That's true. Although in this particular position, I'm very much worried about the knight jump.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. G6 is not a good move.
That could
actually.
be.
No.
Yeah.
No, but it was.
But I understand your point.
I want to.
And it's also what they are doing. I think when you're in unfamiliar territory, you try to compare different lines
To look
to
some
see
similarities.
look for similarities. Look for similarities.
Yeah,
Where you can, I don't know how else to put it actually.
Okay.
So this is the position currently on the board.
Did he play b6? You said.
He has not played.
No.
Oh, he has played Queen H4.
H4.
This is the position
He did.
currently on the board.
Oh.
I'm going to update the board. Right
Okay.
now. So I have no doubt he's going to go G5.
Yeah.
After G5, maybe you can play knight E4.
After G5, the question is knight E4. But then we have an intermediate move again. Queen takes D2 check. And after taking it back,
The queen is hanging.
or with the knight, the queen is hanging, and we win a piece. So that's not working, unfortunately. No, I don't think there's something White can do to make use of
No.
this move. I think he will have to
Queen
move
should
the,
move.
the queen again,
Should move. Yeah.
and
then-
something like H.
H5. H5. Why not?
Let's continue. We just keep harassing that queen. It's a general. In general, it's a known rule that the queen should not go into the game too early,
Yeah.
because it will be attacked by all these light pieces.
Yeah.
And the same is actually
Strange
happening
enough
here.
that the knight is on e6 stands in the way of the white squared bishop, but it has some lot of center
Yeah,
squares.
the knights are very.
It's very they have a lot of control in the center now.
And I believe that actually Black is going to fianchetto both of
Yeah.
his bishops in this game.
Erwin told me before the session he's the guy with the colors. He said on the screen. Maybe you can color all the squares the knights are attacking now. All the squares here are controlling.
Okay, no, just to point
yeah,
out.
to point out how the-
okay, just I'm
how
going
the
to remove
activity
it,
of the
because otherwise
knights
the
is.
whole board will be green.
Yes.
So those knights are extremely. Oh, that one is not there.
Not one.
That one is there. Well, the backward
quite a
squares.
lot.
Those knights are extremely strong indeed, and the queen only has a third rank for the moment, to,
Right.
where he's safe. Okay, this one G5 has actually been played, so that's always a good feeling when we are not saying completely ridiculous things.
No. Aha.
And let's move on to the next game because we have many more, and we will surely come back to this one as well. I'm curious about Gelfand Dominguez. Dominguez has played his pet line, the Grunfeld,
Right.
which is interesting because Gelfand is also a main expert in this line. Ever since his match against Anand, where Gelfand played the Grunfeld for the first time,
Yes.
he has been playing it more or less exclusively.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what Gelfand has in mind. Bishop D2.
Yeah, that's the new.
That's the new wave.
New wave. Yeah.
The new wave.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the idea is quite simple. After bishop 7 e4, well, actually it came on the board. Knight takes c3. He's ready to take back with the bishop, immediately challenging that bishop on g7.
Which is mostly the strongest piece in the.
That's the strongest piece of Black. That's the one that is attacking that center.
That center, yes.
So
Yeah.
castle was played. Queen d2, c5. This has all been seen in many games.
Many games already. Yeah.
And like, as you said, this is the latest fashion. So there have been a number of high-level games as well. d5, bishop takes c3.
And now, of course, with the pawn.
With the pawn strengthening our center.
Yes.
Queen d6. Yeah, again, this has been seen before. Black is trying to control
Black
that
squares.
queen. Another important point is that after he would like to play e6 to attack that center, but after immediate e6, I believe I know a game of Anand, the former world champion, who played d6.
Yes.
Then quickly played h4, h5, and won a very nice attacking game against John Ludwig Hammer, I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure at all about the theoretical evaluation at this point, but I know that he won a very nice game, and ever since Black has been playing Queen d6, and only after f4 He's playing
Then he plays
e6
E6. Yeah.
when he really blocked d6 in the
Blocked
most
D6.
direct way.
And now normally you want to take back with the c pawn on d5, but now the king is in the center.
Yes.
So that's
for example,
important.
when we go
You want to
c4,
have this strong center.
yeah, that's a very good
It's
point
very-
indeed.
Yes.
After taking,
But-
this would be, yeah, if we would be able
If you would, then
to
it's finished already.
I guess, how do we take advantage of this the best way?
Yes, that was my question. You're the grandmaster.
Where do you think?
Probably you should prevent e5. But how?
But how?
f6 or
But
f6 you want to
I'm afraid that we can just
you
develop.
just develop,
and,
yeah. So that cannot be the move probably.
Rook e8 seems to be the most.
Yes, but then I play e5. Then you have f6.
Yeah, there's a very nice tactic. Exactly. Somebody spotted it.
Yes.
Show yourself. Yeah.
Someone.
That's a very nice tactic. Rook takes e5, pointed out.
Ah,
and after f takes
very
e5,
good.
queen takes e5.
Very good. Very good.
Hitting both the king and the rook. That's a very
Very good. Yeah. Important.
And that's very important
Very
because
important, yeah.
bishop d3
you take on d5.
attacking defending e4 would lose to queen takes d5.
Yes.
When we make use of the pin once again.
Yeah.
And there's really no other way, to play. So that's why white is simply overextended here.
Yeah.
That center is
True.
collapsing.
Yeah.
He played bishop c4 and b5.
Yeah.
It's actually quite funny because I wanted to play this line with white myself, and I had this move b5 prepared as well. I think it's a very good move, and I think Dominguez is very well prepared simply, and he knows that this is the right way to play.
Okay.
The idea is that after bishop takes b5, e takes d5, e takes d5, knight d7. Black simply won one time, and the bishop is slightly misplaced on b5. And
Plus that you have to take with the e pawn on d5, and the e5 is open now. And
Exactly.
Pawn on f4 is not nice.
Another big point is that indeed, if you take immediately,
Then you
but
take
it's
with
very
the bishop.
to take with the bishop,
yes. And
fortify that bishop with c4, and
Yes.
then it would become, as in the game with Aronian actually,
As well, actually,
it
yeah.
would be a real monster on
d5.
on d5. So that's something to prevent. b5, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, knight d7. Yeah, that king is still on e1, of course. For the moment, we have to get it out of the way as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Boris,
So-
I think he was surprised because he thought for half an hour
Yeah.
on his next move. So he
After
took,
b5 or
b5 he took relatively quickly in
Yes.
in just 3 minutes.
okay.
But he probably because bishop takes b5 is a forced move.
Yes. Yes.
There's basically no alternative. So I
No.
think he assumed that he just has to
e5
take it
now.
off.
E5 now. That's a
E5
question of
now?
One of the people in the room.
Okay, e5.
Screams e5.
But I'm afraid of queen d7
Yes. And now you have to
because we
you
protect b5,
protect-
so the bishop has to move.
move. Right. And you have no intermediate move.
After bishop b3,
C4.
c4,
Yes.
we're just winning the pawn on.
on d5.
Do we take it with the queen or with the pawn? I'm not sure, but I think
Well,
both are
okay.
looking completely
Good.
fine for black.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was forced to take,
Yes.
and after e takes d5, queen takes d5 would be bad because I think even though the rook on a8 is hanging, I think we can just go for this. Can we?
Whoa.
Maybe
Queen e3
Maybe a
now.
little check.
Yeah, knight e2.
That's a pity because that's a move I didn't see when I took on f4. I was simply considering that next move will be taking on c3,
Yeah.
and
It's not working.
but still, we're just.
Moving on. Yeah, so now the threat is taking on c3, but it's not end of the world probably. Because
not,
you
yeah.
cannot. Maybe I should move my queen back.
Yes, queen d5 is a
Queen
very
D5.
natural move.
Yes.
And the queen is coming back, and
And
I
you
think
can-
I would also like to go back.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
So
Okay.
queen takes d5. Was I too optimistic with queen takes f4? This is where we need our audience.
Yes, but there's another move, queen b6.
Queen b6 is that's a move I like a lot.
Because now you cannot take the rook because of bishop b7.
Yeah, queen takes a8, bishop b7 traps
Traps the queen.
the queen. Make it nice and red color.
And the threat is
The bishop is hanging.
Bishop is hanging, and the
And-
threat is anyway.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
very strong move.
Yeah.
That's a move I like a lot. I don't even see a move for white at this
No.
point. Where do we go?
Because also
Because after d3, bishop b7, the queen barely has squares. and we may immediately be.
You win already a piece.
Looks really awkward. Yeah.
You
Queen d5 it's already a piece. Yeah.
Rook D8 is winning a piece.
Again, we cannot take on a8 because of bishop b7.
Yes.
But actually, yeah,
It's
this
over.
is already gone.
Yeah.
So it shows the dangers of taking with the queen on d5. So
Right.
he took with the pawn.
Yeah.
After knight d7, as we said, he thought for 30 minutes, took on d7.
Wow.
Bishop takes d7.
This looks
He
like
developed
a big concession.
big concession.
Yeah.
Bishop b5, king f2, and this is. Let me just check one moment. He has played already rook d8.
Okay.
Bishop b5, just to point out. I guess the point is that white would like to prevent this move c3, c4.
Yeah. Important.
Because if white manages to stabilize, for the moment white looks a bit shaky.
Yeah.
Pawn on f4 is a bit.
Okay, but
pawn on d5.
when white is full developed, then black has to prove something.
If
of course.
he gets his king to f2, his rook to e1,
And
then
king-
it may be
and-
just a pawn, of course. So
Yes.
bishop b5 is a good
So
move.
The next few moves are important. I
They're
think.
important. Black really has to show what he's.
What he's aiming for.
Rook a d8,
Rook D1 probably.
rook d1, and I'm guessing bishop c4
Bishop
will,
C4
will
wins the
follow.
pawn back already.
That already wins the d5 pawn back.
Yeah.
Do we have some tricks left?
95.
95, and I'm gonna.
And if you take on C4, yeah.
Can I take here with the queen?
Aha.
I'm just wondering. Because yeah, that's important to point out. After bishop takes d5,
You lose piece.
c4 we lose a piece because of the
Pin.
because of the pin. So queen takes d5. Well, taking on c4 leads nowhere, because despite that.
2 rooks for a queen, but the
But-
queen is much better
But we
here.
take everything with check in between,
Oh,
and
yes.
this is looking.
This looks horrible.
This
yeah.
looks horrible.
Yeah.
This is definitely not going to happen. But if that's not possible, then I think
Nothing to
Black
see.
is doing.
Black is
oh,
doing well.
Queen e3 is maybe a move. Queen e3 is maybe a move.
Okay, queen E6.
Queen e6. Yeah, I was thinking to be greedy.
Ah,
To
but-
just
but
chop
if you
the
want,
pawn.
you can take on A2.
Yeah,
but-
and I just wanted to continue to be greedy.
you want to be greedy.
But I have
With the
actually
king on F2.
no doubt that black is fine here
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going a bit too enthusiastically here,
Probably,
but
yeah.
it doesn't feel like black should experience any problems here in this
No.
position. Simply, Dominguez has to find the accurate way to really equalize this. But
Yeah.
I would estimate that Dominguez is going to
doing
survive
well,
this,
yeah,
and,
right.
and he's doing well. Which game are we missing still? Naidish Hare Krishna, I think we haven't looked at yet.
Yeah, no. That's also a funny game. It's a funny opening.
Yeah, it seems Rapport has been inspiring the other participants, because this is,
Knight C3, is that Verasov?
especially at this level, this is very rare. Verasov, I think.
Verasov,
yeah?
Richter Verasov?
Yeah.
How's
What's
his
in the
opening?
name?
Do you know it? Frey?
Verasov.
Verasov, yeah, Verasov is the name, yeah.
Very rare at this level.
Yeah.
But Hare Krishna was not surprised. He played d5 quickly,
Mm-hmm.
played bishop f5 quickly. Actually, Naidish himself thought 10 minutes
Yes.
about f3. And well, we know Naidish has a tough tournament, 1.5 out of 8 he has.
Yes.
What do you think? He's just gone to this game with a fresh head and decided
Said there's nothing to lose.
nothing to lose. and he's gonna play.
I go and play and want to crush him in 20 moves. That's the
Well,
only way to come back in the tournament.
Yes, that's the way. E6, Queen D2, Bishop E7, long castle. So this is very aggressive.
Right,
So
yeah.
we can expect some firework in this game, I think.
Maybe also G4 is coming.
Right, yeah.
He could have done it immediately.
Especially when the king will castle at some point,
Yeah.
then
Then you play
white is ready to
Very,
start
very quickly, yeah.
pushing there.
So probably black should go long side as well. But
Difficult to say at this
Diff-
point
yeah.
how that.
or maybe H5.
Because I think that's the king on c1 is also not entirely comfortable. For example, when black manages to break at some point
True.
with c5, get the rook to c8,
yeah, knight
he,
B4.
he might
yeah.
also be able to get
Yeah.
some play.
C2 is also a weakness.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight c6.
That's the reason that he.
Queen E1.
That's not necessary because Queen B, knight B4 is coming. You cannot
That's
protect.
right.
You cannot protect
That's right.
C2. It's very
It's
funny.
a very, very funny thing to point out that c2 might be just hanging.
Hanging, yeah.
And it's another nice move because after knight b4, white is now ready to push e4.
E4, yeah.
And once he gets that in,
And
then
again, he intends to play rook d2, huh? Just to protect c2.
well, I think
Oh,
now
no,
after
e4,
knight
e4.
b4,
Oh, yeah,
he's
of
really
course,
ready
of course.
to
Yeah, play e4, yeah.
to
Yeah,
push
of
e4,
course.
and
Of course, yeah.
that looks great already.
Yeah.
That looks great. Played bishop g6.
Yeah.
Probably some prophylactic measure against the e4. I'm guessing that after e4 he intended to pin the knight.
Aha. Yeah.
That looks rather unpleasant. Now he
Well, if you take on d5, yes.
knight takes d5.
And now nothing to see.
Yeah, it's a bit
not good for white.
Black's play seems to be faster
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah. You cannot take.
So I think that's the reason behind. I like bishop g6. It's a nice prophylactic measure against e4.
Yes.
Knight h3 was played. Yeah, well, there's actually no other square for that knight.
No.
I was thinking why to h3, but it's
There's no
pretty
other
clear answer to that one. Castle knight f2. He's still preparing e4.
e4, yeah.
I think that's his only idea, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Knight h5. Also aimed at e4.
Yeah.
Because well, bishop e3 is simply a very ugly move.
Yeah.
Actually, he had to do it because he cannot play e4 here. Because after bishop d2, d4 is simply hanging.
Yes. And c2.
And c2 again.
Yeah.
So he didn't have another square. So I would almost already say that this hasn't gone
well,
according to plan.
This
Knight
is not
b4.
what he wants. Knight
Your
b4.
knight before e4 is no longer
It's
possible.
really
Rook
terrible
d2
now.
came.
And maybe queen
And
bishop g5.
This is looking already very
Ugly, yeah.
very ugly.
The pawn on e2 should go away.
You would prefer to simply take it off. I
Take it off,
just
yeah.
take it off and just continue. Yeah. But that's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
yet.
Eh?
C5 was played. Yeah, I think he's ready to.
He's very quickly now.
To go all in now.
Maybe white is question 20 moves. It's also possible.
Yeah, this,
If you-
G4, knight
G4?
f6. Yeah, this G4. Somehow it looks a bit less scary, with all those moves that Black already, all the progress that Black already made on the queen side. Knight d7.
Okay, but anyway, where's the bishop going? To c2.
I'm assuming that after h5,
He has to take on c2.
he wanted to take,
Yes.
and because the funny thing is
And
that
now
after c takes d4,
Yes.
bishop takes d4, e5.
e5 is coming up. I wins the piece back.
The bishop is after bishop e3, d4. You
Nice
win, you win
fork.
the piece back.
Yeah.
Nice small tactic.
Very good to see.
These guys are very good in the
Very
small
good.
tactics.
Yeah.
That's a very important point because then, if you can play h5,
But
what to do?
but
He
how
played f4.
Yeah, he's preventing e5 now. But he gives a square.
Bishop f6, also very strong. I must say, Hare Krishna is playing this
Fantastic.
really exemplary, I think.
Okay, now we have to check again. What's h5 now? What's the variation now? H5?
H5.
You can go
it's
to.
the same, isn't it? After taking everything, we have c takes d4.
Yes, you have the same. Yeah. There's no g5 intermediate move
Yeah,
somewhere.
because we also keep taking. We just keep taking everything.
Intermediate
off, so
moves
it's-
everywhere.
Yeah.
But maybe g5 in another position.
After bishop takes c2, maybe.
Yes.
But then,
But then you take
yeah,
on
we
d.
can. Well,
Well.
what do we play here?
But then you
actually?
take on d4. You just take on d4 with the bishop.
Take on d4, bishop takes.
But your
C
pieces
takes
are still.
and rook takes.
rook
Suddenly-
takes,
suddenly we are a bit,
some pieces are hanging now.
But I'm just realizing that in this position, we can also start with this move actually.
Okay.
That just forces it.
Okay.
We have to take it off because queen d1 is,
Yes.
of course, knight takes e3.
Yeah.
So we have to take it off, and
yeah.
now we have the same position as
Okay, yeah,
before,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's just.
Yeah, this is winning.
So it's important probably to start with knight takes
Right.
c2 rather
Yeah.
than bishop takes c2.
Okay.
I don't know if we have bishop 6. He has played queen d1.
Mm. Just
That is already a pawn sacrifice then,
this already, yeah.
because
After taking, he has to
taking.
take back, yeah.
after taking knight takes
Wow.
c2. Wow.
Whoa. Where's the rook going? The rook is going to d2 again. And then you already have knight e3, knight c4,
I'm struggling a bit. Maybe he can play.
f5. And if you take on d4,
Yeah, I wanted just to take it back.
And just take on f5, and then
now
you have
I want to
h5.
play h5.
Okay, but how many
Yeah.
pawns?
Well, I was hoping that with the king slightly opened up, maybe
Okay.
you can try to try to get to that king. But
Yes.
honestly, I don't have very high hopes.
You have queen g5 in the position.
Queen
but
g5 is a nice check.
it's a nice
Check is always good, huh?
Yeah. give a check. It should be made, huh?
Yeah.
Could be made. e3
Or a king move.
king move, but then I take with check. and check,
Where,
take.
where
How many pawns do we
Maybe
have?
to d1. Okay.
To d1. Okay. Okay, I have to take on g4 probably.
Let's take on g4. I have to take on. Otherwise, the bishop escapes.
And now.
I don't think this is that clear.
No, it's not so easy. Queen takes probably.
Queen takes and knight takes
And I-
g4.
Or maybe knight takes d5.
Oh.
Also a
what's-
small
oh,
tactic.
a small check on b1. But you're not scared. No, you're not
I'm
afraid.
not,
huh?
I'm not scared.
You're not afraid.
I don't know why.
King
but
is pretty good on.
pretty good, huh?
Yeah, good piece on d2. Dominating the queen on
Dominating-
b1.
There's a threat of bishop g2 and
Yeah, already.
The pieces are very
yeah, we
nice.
can make some nice mating pattern. Huh? Something like.
yeah, I know what you mean.
This,
Huh?
then this, and then g3 comes. Check.
Yes, and then
Hop.
Hoppa and queen h4.
And
yes.
mate, yeah?
This is a mating
This
pattern.
kind of
That's, stuff,
mating
huh?
patterns
Yes. Are
we'll
common, huh?
have to keep an eye on. Rather cooperative variation we chose, but gives an idea of. I think this is not so clear, so maybe we'll have to
go back.
go
probably
back just a few moves.
so
This was the position we have right now.
yeah, maybe h5 with black,
H5. Okay,
just to stop
To stop
to stop everything and to destroy the.
I was afraid.
position.
I was afraid to play on that wing, but
Yes, but you
it
can.
may be,
I think it's.
of course, if this is
G5,
forced, then it would be
everything
just perfect.
That's perfect.
Yeah, we have the same variation, but
no, you don't lose a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now the rook is terrible. Yeah.
So H5. Okay.
H5, and if you take on G5, the position is destroyed.
Maybe I can play F5.
Okay. Have to take.
And now my idea was to go G5.
Okay. Probably I should take on D4.
Take on D4. We have to take it back.
Yes.
Take rook takes D4
And maybe A5.
and A5. But now I was thinking that we can play a bit against.
Put a knight on.
There's this famous Bronstein game where he also plays F5 and G5. You know it, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's a classic. The knight comes to F4, and that bishop is was buried for the rest of the game, more or less.
So we should play F4 then.
Exactly. But then, knight takes F4, and it's also not so.
Take on C2.
Oh, that's a move I didn't
And then go
consider.
back. Go to F5 now.
Go to F5.
That's a nice square.
Yeah. Well, very messy. Yeah, very
Messy.
Yeah, yeah.
But impression is that black is not.
But I was thinking in this position he has something stronger already.
Yeah,
I feel that
the
white
feeling,
has.
It's not coordinating. It's
it-
not coordinating.
It didn't look very natural. What happened? In
It
the
looks
previous
like a
moves.
coffee house game, Liz. Huh?
Well, you said it. I was thinking it.
Okay. Maybe
Uh,
Queen A5.
Queen A5. Okay.
Also a move to look at. Threaten to take on A2.
Yeah, of course.
And King B1 you
what
don't
could be
like.
more-
you don't
more
like to
natural.
be in the
Yeah, King B1.
diagonal?
It goes right in this
In the
diagonal.
diagonal? Yeah, that's not
That's
nice.
a bit scary. Not to mention that it may just lose immediately, or because now it's just bishop takes C2
This is-
immediately. So this is
quick,
immediately.
Yeah. This is an immediate threat.
So is A3 forced?
Yes. Well, how is this? Complete mess again.
It's a complete mess. Yeah. But again, knight takes C2.
Takes on C2, yeah. Queen should take. Rook should take.
Yeah, but
And
then
then-
we have again the similar.
And you,
King takes. Sorry,
use king takes,
Yeah,
it's-
because
it's
otherwise,
necessary. Otherwise,
C takes D4
yeah,
would
right.
would win the piece again.
This is not clear.
It's not clear,
Not
right?
clear.
G5, for example,
G5 is coming,
and
now strange enough, white is surviving everything.
yeah.
First,
The whole storm.
position on the D4, maybe,
In which position?
after ace here.
First taking on D4.
That's a suggestion.
That's a good suggestion.
Yes. But
We have to take
take
back.
on D4, yes.
You want to take it again, I think.
Now we have to look to.
Well, if A takes before,
If-
we have
yes.
mate in 2. We can choose bishop or
It's just
bishop is nice. Bishop is nice.
It's nice. Yeah. So
We have to
you
take it back.
You have to take it back, and now something is hanging on C2. Eh? That was the idea, of
Yeah.
course.
Bishop C2 is wrong because of queen D2, and then
Everything is
the
hanging.
So knight takes is forced.
Yes.
But I'm still a bit afraid because after rook A4, okay, we're attacking the queen, and the next move is F5.
But
And F5 would, of course,
block the bishop,
block the bishop and the queen.
Win the
How is-
knight.
how is
But
it?
it was something was a little bit too quick.
Okay,
Go
okay.
back some. You said bishop takes at C2 is bad.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yes, but queen D2 and then
Yeah.
knight C5. What's happening? We have to look because there's a
Ah,
check on B3, but
yeah.
you take on
Yeah, a
B4.
careless move like G5
Yeah,
would
that is-
allow
that's a
the
nice
prettiest
mate.
mate so far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you touch some move and then you have to play it.
Yes, yes. So we
Okay,
have to take this
You have
off,
to
I
take
think.
that one and it wins probably.
And after check, yeah. Now, unfortunately, the whole mating idea is.
Everything is gone.
Yeah. But
What
we
a
had a
pity.
good time with the mate.
Yeah,
it's
it's not
certainly
working.
certainly a move you have to check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
it can be made suddenly.
Yeah, but still after night take.
That's the line. Knight takes C2 is the line we're gonna check right now.
Yeah.
Rook A4. And now,
Because knight E3 is also later possible.
yeah, knight E3 is maybe very strong, but the problem is that after rook takes A5, we are losing.
Losing a
Yeah,
piece.
we're losing a piece.
Losing a piece.
So I think we have to move the
Queen
the
B6 is hanging the knight on F2.
Queen B6. Exactly.
Just attacks the knight.
Exactly. That knight is hanging. And we are preparing to get our knight out.
Back, yeah. Also to D4. Oh no, not to D4. To A1.
This is looking to A1.
To A1. To A1. That's a mate on B3.
Actually, we can play it here. Why,
Yeah,
why,
we can
why,
play.
Why move
No,
the
no,
queen?
no, no.
Ah, we
I
cannot.
know,
No.
we cannot because well, but
The queen is covering the B3 square.
That's
yeah.
not that's
We're
pity.
getting-
But the queen
but
on
the queen on
B6,
B6,
it's
yeah.
covering the square.
Yeah, yeah, that's very nice.
So if you play a careless move like rook H2 or something,
Yeah.
then knight A1.
They were
is
ready
it
to,
winning? I don't
uh,
know. B4 probably. Or rook B4.
that-
Rook B4. Rook B4. Ah, what a pity.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not working.
But again, we're seeing beautiful things. They may not be accurate, but so we just don't know yet.
No,
Do we?
no, it's not clear.
It's not clear yet, huh?
Okay, just
Let's
check,
go a little
check
bit
again.
back. If we have a move, I would like to see if we have a move. We don't have a move.
What is the original problem with hitting the pawn?
Excuse me?
What is the problem with immediately hitting the pawn?
Immediately taking the pawn. So bishop takes d4,
Yes.
bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, and knight takes c2. You mean? Yeah, we just saw this variation with f5. Maybe you joined us a bit later. This we thought was not so clear, but it's one of the critical lines, of
Yes,
course.
yes.
And I think that queen f5, what we just
Yes.
saw, this variation, this is what he's thinking of right now.
But do you see what
Yeah, on the left,
Mr.
screen.
Houdini says it is a -5, something like that.
That's,
So I
that's
think
usually not a good sign.
Not a good. That's a rook or something. eh?
That's usually a very bad sign.
So that's
But
that's-
the thing is, we have been checking this position now for about 10-15 minutes.
and we have not.
We
the
haven't
engine in
found
our
the
head.
clear way. So I think that really it's not so easy as the machine shows.
No.
And that's a nice thing. I mean, we're just trying, of course, to show what these players are thinking about, what they are. They have no engines, they have no computers
No.
running. They have no idea that the
So-
engine says -5.
So do we have? We don't have We don't have engine
No.
here. So we do it with our minds.
Right.
We just also.
Yeah, we have a little evaluation screen there, but we see no moves,
we don't.
whatever.
We don't see moves.
No, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
At home you see everything.
So we do know. Well, we felt also that Arkady is in big trouble.
Big trouble, yeah.
This original setup that he tried completely backfired.
Yeah.
And
But must be there must be a winning way for black. But
I'm
we have-
100% sure that black has. Well,
Yeah.
right now I'm even
Yeah.
more convinced.
This is proving, yeah?
It is. The proof is there that okay, black is
After
winning.
Queen D1, yeah.
He just has to find an accurate way, and I think he's just taking his time. He might be spending in this position, I think, easily 15-20 minutes
Yeah.
to make sure that he's not missing anything.
Yeah.
And knight b6 he played. Well, a move we didn't even consider. So that's that might be much stronger than what we just saw, and because I'm just looking at this threat of knight c4,
Yeah, very big threat. Yeah.
and that looks very unpleasant indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looks really unpleasant.
It's also attacking B2 as well.
Yeah, it's
everything.
really,
It's attacking everything.
No, we're gonna leave this game for now because
Yeah,
this is
the
the message is clear. This is not gonna end well, I think,
For white. Yeah.
for white.
Yeah.
Do we have some updates? So let's see. The game Rapport Giri, I think, is
Yeah.
developing very in a very interesting fashion.
Okay.
After Queen H4, he had played G5, and after Queen G3, he didn't spend any time, just 30 seconds on D5.
Aha.
So instead of chasing the Queen on G3, he is, I think,
It's coming quickly in the center.
but coming quickly in the center.
Yes.
Exactly.
He's not afraid of.
Not afraid of ghosts, probably. Yeah.
Ghosts,
and he moved like knight E4. I think.
something like that. Yeah.
I think you're just gonna take it off.
You take it off. Yeah.
And after bishop
Yeah.
knight G3,
It's okay for black.
it's okay for black
Yeah.
at minimum.
At
yeah.
minimum, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that bishop is coming to G7,
Yeah.
and that's really
And the bishop on A5 is misplaced.
right.
Yeah.
Right. Some
So-
move like he played E4. I just wanted to suggest a move
E4.
E4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a very interesting move.
Yes.
Because now, well, knight takes E4 obviously runs into knight takes E4. It's a little bit different than what we saw.
Right.
D takes
D takes
E4.
Then.
Well, the bishop is now in play, so we could consider moves like knight B5,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe
Yeah.
we can get our eyes on,
Sometimes.
for example, a move like Queen B6, Bishop C4. Maybe try to quickly exchange it
Yeah.
and come in on
C2 sometimes.
come in on C7.
C7. Yeah.
He didn't choose that. He played D4. I'm just taking a moment to let this
Yeah.
move because it's such an original position that I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Just yet. He at least
I'm looking to this intermediate check. Yeah.
yeah. The check is
Is it given already?
check
Oh,
is
yeah,
given.
okay.
Bishop D7 has
Yeah.
been played. Bishop takes D7. Knight takes D7.
Yeah.
And this is the position they have on the board right now.
95 probably.
Actually, that's not the case because he's just played Knight D5.
Okay. Okay. The funny thing is that the knight on D5 may have not so many squares, but
But-
in this position you have to be careful with your queen. Where is she going? To B5?
And apart from that, you also have to work knight C7.
Knight C7, definitely Knight C7 is something that
Yeah,
you will
but-
have to look for. But at the moment,
It's not possible
that
because the
knight here is still guarding
protecting her.
guarding the square C7. So it's something for the future.
Yeah.
He will keep it in hand. Yeah.
Queen B5?
But what is your feeling in general? Because honestly, when we saw this position,
We thought it
I
was
was
very
very
good.
happy for black. Now we have this position, and I think that things have really improved pretty dramatically for white.
Mm-hmm.
That knight on d5, well, you cannot really chase it away because the moment the knight moves, as we said, knight c7 is coming. White is ready to develop, knight f3, ready to castle.
Yeah, and the bishop is not so nice on G7 anymore.
G5 may actually be
Is a weakness?
rather. I should make it red.
Red?
I'm not succeeding. Yeah, trying it again. That's a weakness right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I could be mistaken, of course, but I'm thinking that Rapport in the last few moves definitely managed to turn things around a bit.
So that means that D5 was not an accurate move?
Yeah, let's go a little bit back
But-
because I just want to slowly see what happened there. Well, G5 looked
Well, it looks normal, yeah.
looked.
Looked
I think we were considering the move H5.
H5, yeah, because if you play H4, then you play G4.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah, I think that's just
improving.
reminding why that knight is
That's
just never
not-
coming out.
Yeah, or to E2, but that's not so nice.
that
square.
will take
Some time.
considerable time. Yeah.
Okay.
So we like the h5.
yeah.
Maybe again
E4.
white goes e4,
And then h4.
h4.
Consequent.
Yeah, keep chasing that queen.
And then it goes. She goes to d3 or.
She goes to d3.
And now. The strange thing is that the black's bishop are not developing very quickly.
Right.
That's the main problem. Because if you have a bishop on b7 and g7 already.
Yes, if you just with a little bit more time, I will illustrate your point. Then black would have everything.
You have pressure.
Yeah.
But now also the funny thing is that the queen on a5 is a little bit
Awkwardly placed.
awkwardly placed.
Yeah, with the queen on a5, it's all the time in those tactics.
Even as bad as the white queen was.
Right, maybe even worse right now.
No.
Yeah. So we're not entirely sure how black should have played, but I am convinced that in this particular position, white is doing
better.
well.
Yeah.
White is doing well.
Yeah.
Where do we retreat the queen to?
b5, I think,
b5, huh?
because it's
Creating some kind of
creating
threat
something,
on, but I think he will ignore it. Rapport is not the type
that.
to care about
pawns?
minor pawns.
So if you have to take on b2, then you
Then I
play
think
castle.
that it's the
And now black is
this one will go in the textbooks. I think
yeah.
as a typical example of development advantage, king in the center, and the rooks coming in, and I think this is too much.
Yeah.
So after
I
knight,
agree.
actually the queen on b5 does a very good job preventing castle.
Yeah. Okay. So, but that means also that pawn on g5 is hanging now.
I'm afraid so. Yeah, I'm afraid that it's
Because if you have, let's say you play some slow move with black. If you play queen, knight takes g5, rook g8, you have a trick, huh? Knight takes e6.
I see. So you mean that
If you play a6,
a random move?
a random move.
Yeah, you cannot really make use of the pin. You mean because
You have this nice trick.
little trick, and actually it's mate, huh?
It's mate.
We're giving mate all the time.
Yeah, it's mate.
It's all the time mate.
It's mate.
Yeah. So it's likely that we see some mates
There are some
today.
mates. Yeah, we are exercising the mates.
Yes, yes. So that's something to take care of. White's simply going to take on.
Right. So
on g5.
h6 is first.
But h6, yeah.
It's awkward, huh?
Let's say we go h4. We have similar problems. So sorry.
Instead of h4, knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
Wow.
Knight takes d4. Excellent.
Have you seen queen takes b2?
Knight takes e6.
Yeah, it's the same trick,
It's
isn't
the
it?
same trick, and you this is double
That's,
rook sacrifice.
Of course, this is
double rook sacrifice. Yes,
this is the way.
yes,
This
yes,
is
yes.
what we want to see.
This is what the audience wants.
This
Yes,
is what we
yes.
want to see. Yeah. This is excellent. And taking back allows bishop c3, and that defends the rook and actually wins the other one.
On the other one, yeah.
Not to mention that we have knight c7
So,
coming.
yeah, and the
Okay.
other rook, and the other rook.
That's a very important point.
Yeah.
Knight takes d4. That's the threat actually.
This is a threat.
Knight takes g5 is a threat, and knight takes d4 is a threat. I start to doubt our move queen b5.
Right.
It
okay.
seems we're a little bit in the way of all this.
But where's the queen going? The queen
Yeah,
has
that's
no
definitely
nice square.
that's definitely a big question.
To d8 is also very passive. It's not what you want.
d8, yeah.
It's very passive.
Yeah, I'm almost afraid to move it back. Yeah, simply the same. Knight of 3.
Knight of 3.
a4.
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 c2.
Oh, queen a4.
You
Eh?
want to take the pawn on c2. Okay.
Yeah, I think the rapport. Yeah, he will just. He will not care. He will.
Now you're not afraid of knight c7.
That's a good point. Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, it's still an idea, but it's less.
Knight d4 is not coming.
Exactly. Now knight takes d4 is a different.
Okay.
It's not as clear as.
Yeah. But still, this is
Even
this is-
here.
This looks horrible, huh? This
Even
position.
here, it's yeah. That king on e8.
It's still the textbook, I think.
It's
This,
still a textbook
this
example
textbook
of
example
king in
of,
the king in the center.
advantage and development.
So I'm very curious what Einish. He's really taking his time now, and he needs it. I think he really needs to come up with something good here.
Mm-hmm. Queen to c5 then, maybe.
Going to c5.
It's also
I
protecting.
think in all cases he's going to develop.
Yes.
development for everything.
Oh, but you also have bishop b4 in the possession if you want.
Yeah, it's
Maybe queen d8
queen d8 maybe
should
the
be.
yeah, but it's a
it's not what he wants.
really sad.
What's that story now?
Suddenly the queen on g3 is good,
Very good.
a very good piece.
So g5 was not a good move probably. Or,
Yeah,
or
well, if there's any improvement, it's around this point for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe g5 was not as strong as we thought. It looked very attractive
Yeah,
to
yeah.
attack the queen with tempo.
maybe d5 immediately.
Maybe immediately was more.
It's more convincing. The queen is
More-
misplaced on h4 as well, and g5
Yeah.
looks promising, but
Yeah.
the queen is better placed on g3.
So this is what Rapport does. He just takes people out of book, and yeah, this kind of game he really plays
nice.
well.
Now,
Let me see. We have no games for the moment. This is maybe a good moment to have our first break of the day, but don't go anywhere because we will be right back. Thank you.
okay.
Welcome back in Eindhoven. We have a win. As we already said, Naidic was in big trouble against Hare Krishna. We didn't quite consider it to be ending this fast, but it did. And Pentalis has been so nice to come here to show us the game. So please.
Okay, he plays pretty much everything C4, D4.
Right.
Yeah.
But knight c3 must have come as a
did-
surprise,
honestly,
I
I
suppose.
didn't expect knight C3 here.
Yeah.
And well, I'm happy with his surprise.
Yes.
So, okay, bishop G5 is let's say more usual,
More sharp,
here,
eh?
more sharp, and then trying to play E4, Queen E2, and so on. And I think bishop F4 and knight C3 doesn't go very well because he cannot play E4, and without E4 white cannot do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I also didn't understand F3. I thought E3 was normal, and to play bishop
Because you cannot play e4 anyway.
Yeah, anyway, it's difficult to play E4 in this position, and I played E6. And okay, he was going for his plan to make
Sure.
long castle and checkmate me if I
Yeah.
and normal move. And yeah, okay, here I had couple of moves to play A6 and C5, or to go for short castle.
So you said go for a6
and C5.
and c5, yeah.
But in
For
this
example,
ca-
a6.
Yeah, I don't know, G4,
Mm-hmm.
bishop G6, H4. And I'm not really in time to play C5 and knight C6 because I have
Yeah, because he's
some
it's
problems.
so he's faster.
He's
you mean?
faster
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So I decided to play knight C6.
Mhm.
Also, short castle is too committal, as then he plays G4 and H4.
Yeah, you
and
immediately show him your cards. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. So I think knight C6 is nice move because I'm threatening sometimes knight B4.
Yeah, that's a very annoying threat, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Actually,
Whereas his knight B5 is not really
Yeah.
threat because I have rook C8 all
yeah,
the
right,
time.
right.
And here I am planning to play knight B4, and I think that's why he played queen E1. But
We thought that was a logical move, preparing
yes,
e4
yes,
and.
queen E1 is.
But bishop g6 is really strong, huh?
Yes, if I don't play bishop G6, then he gets E4 with a tempo.
Yeah.
And the idea of bishop G6 is that after E4,
Yeah, you can.
D4.
I wanted to take first. Okay.
I don't know if I can take the D4 pawn. I thought it was.
You were thinking
poss-
about this even.
I don't know. Or maybe I'm blundering something.
Because you mean you can always follow it up with c5 and then just.
something. I don't know.
Can I play something like this? Or-
Knight B5. Yeah. No, I cannot take.
No.
No. Okay, I just wait.
But you could also play bishop b4, or not?
Yeah,
That's,
bishop
that's
B4.
the.
Yeah. And okay, he has to play E5, and then it's a nice.
Yeah,
nice
fantastic French, when you already have the bishop on.
Yeah,
normally that
yeah.
bishop is on c8, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And here he went knight H3. I don't know what was the idea of this move, to be honest.
So you mean that strategically speaking, it's already.
I think he with all this queen D2 long castle and queen E1, he should play H4 G4, whether it is correct or wrong, because
just to go all in g4, h4 and
yeah,
go for it.
otherwise the point of playing this knight C3 bishop F4 and all this doesn't make sense. So he went knight H3. Okay, I think it was normal move because still he's not pushing H4 or G4.
He's far
here.
from creating any
Yes,
threats there.
yes,
At this point, you're just faster on the other side.
Yeah. And he played knight F2. Yeah, my problem is that if I play knight before here, he has E4.
E4, yeah.
Yes, and okay, he cannot play E4 because the D4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
So
But this next move was very nice, wasn't it?
bishop E3.
Because
is,
now it's just.
yeah,
it's
bishop
just
E3 is
over,
a-
maybe,
Yeah,
yeah?
bishop E3 is just bad move, I think.
So he should
I
play.
think bishop g3 is
G3.
what I was expecting, or maybe even bishop e5.
And would you have taken it off or waited?
No, I was thinking about some knight b4, e4, and c5.
E4 and c5. Huh?
Yes. I will take the g3 bishop
At
but,
some point.
At some point,
Yeah.
because I thought dc5. It was. I think just black is better here if I'm not
Just
missing
winning
any
maybe, yeah?
tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
just
if nothing concrete is happening, then it's just winning
yes,
maybe.
because I get the bishop and then I have. I mean, I can also take the c5 pawn.
Yeah.
So,
And initiative, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and this is what I intended to play if he played bishop g3.
Mhm.
And
Bishop d2, obviously d4 is hanging, so
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
e3 is.
is what he played, but I was
e5.
thinking of this move because sometimes g4 and he can trap my knight.
You mean after taking?
Yeah, g4 and e3.
Yeah,
is-
something like this, and the knight might be.
Okay, but here I was seeing some forced line like I think bishop g5 check. If e3 I have d4, but he goes king b1. Maybe it's not okay. Yeah, bishop e3 I think.
Knight g4.
Knight g4 is what he should play. I really don't know.
Getting out of hand, yeah?
Yeah.
But you don't have to take it.
I don't have to
Yeah.
take, of course, yes, I don't have to take it. But it's.
In any case, if you can take
he
that bishop off.
I think, I mean, instead of bishop e3, both bishop g3 and bishop e5 are better
chance.
options,
Yeah.
And okay, and he played bishop e3 and knight b4. And okay, if he plays knight d3, I just okay. Probably taking this because he cannot take
D takes c5 is
D4
d4 and winning a piece. Yeah.
and probably e5 or
Also
something.
coming, yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Bishop okay,
Yeah, this is terrible,
things,
huh?
yeah. And okay, he played rook d2 and c5. I don't know, I'm probably threatening too many things here with e5 or bishop f6. So he played g4.
He has to try something,
He
of
has
course.
to try
Yeah.
something, yeah. Knight f6, h4. I think this was a nice move, and since h5 I have knight c2.
Yeah, not bishop c2, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing, exactly.
Knight c2, he is forced to take rook c2, and
Yeah, we can just maybe show it.
yeah, and king c2.
Yeah, you win.
stake
You win a
and
piece.
e5,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
get back, and I don't know.
Yeah, there's no alternative anymore. You mean? At this point, it's already gone.
I thought
More.
it's lost already. And okay, he tried f4. Yeah, f4 is what he played.
Actually, we did manage to make it very interesting still,
How?
but it was more because of,
From some help? with
yeah,
black
we
side?
we didn't really play very accurately, I think.
Okay.
And for instance, your move knight b6 we missed completely, and then it's of course really clear that. But there are probably
I
many
thought
ways.
rook c8 is also winning because I take cd4 and rook c3 and knight a2 is probably is also lost. And there was also queen b6.
Queen b6.
Yeah, because dc5 I have knight a2 check.
Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah.
But here he has
Maybe g5 or something.
Yes, he will play g5 and then I
Take with the
after-
rook, or?
Yes, rook d4. So I didn't
Yeah.
want to go.
And how
here.
is that? C takes d4, bishop d4. Bit okay. It's getting messy. You don't want this, of course.
I don't know. Maybe this.
Oh,
It's possible.
and after rook d.
Yes,
Yeah, no, it's
rook d3. Okay.
yeah, no, it's yeah.
But I thought knight b6 is
It's
much,
clear, yeah.
much simpler because I am threatening knight c4 and actually he cannot play dc4 and if he I mean dc5 was just lost after
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
And b takes c3.
Yes, knight a2 and bishop d4.
It's just mate, yeah?
I can just show you.
Yeah. You want to draw a nice arrow, or
Huh?
shall I do
What?
it? Yeah. I always like to draw a nice arrow. Yeah. So that was extremely convincing win.
Well,
Your
I
second in
think
a row?
yes, it's my second in a row.
You're now on +1.
Yeah.
Any plans for the?
No, tomorrow is rest day.
Tomorrow's a rest day. Yeah. Yeah. And are you gonna spend it?
I guess I have to take rest on rest day.
Rest. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's smart. So thank you very much for showing us this game.
Thank you.
Good luck in the last few rounds.
Thank you.
And how do you like it here, by the way? That's an important question. How do you like Eindhoven?
Well, the game got over so quickly.
Yeah. So you have a lot of time to see the city, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, and welcoming Herman Grotebeck. Pleasure to have you back. Which game do you want to see first?
Well, first of all, this was a nice game.
That was a very nice game.
game.
That was a very nice game, and it was interesting that we had so much trouble finishing it off.
Yes.
And then the moment we took our break, basically resignation took place.
It was a few moves after
Yeah.
our break. Yeah.
That was
Knight
really
B6 was
knight
a very-
B6
very-
was a very
very
strong
strong
move.
move because
Yeah.
we didn't notice this move.
This is really it was just
I
immediately
was
ending
wondering,
it.
you cannot stop knight c4. I was wondering maybe b3 is of course very weakening, but it stops knight c4. What's he doing then? It's probably
Where is
well,
he?
he's just
Where is
gone.
he?
has just gone. But I was wondering because knight c4 is so strong, then you should.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
of course,
Maybe rook c8 just-
c8 or queen c2.
Because
queen
now
c7.
okay, that knight is lacking support here,
Support,
so
yes.
so black is ready to.
So
to,
probably this
maybe
is
that was the reason.
this was the
that,
reason that he didn't do it. But
in any case, it's like we said, it's gone horribly wrong here for.
yeah,
Yeah, very surprising, but it shows how extremely difficult this tournament is.
yeah.
Akarin is an extremely strong player
Yeah,
from
right.
the strongest player of Germany, 1.5 out of 9.
It's incredible.
That's
Yeah.
really amazing. It shows
He's not recovering as well.
well, that's the problem. Yeah, after playing Aronian, the next day you play Karyakin, and play with Caruana. There's simply no time to get into the tournament. Let's say.
True. No.
Second win for Hare Krishna. He's on +1 now, so he's doing
he's-
very well. And let's see what's happening on the other boards. Van Wely, I think we haven't seen for some
Van Wely
time.
is we want to see Van Wely, of course.
We
in
want
the-
to
in
see
the
Van
room,
Wely.
Yeah.
We
It's a Dutch
were
tournament, so we want to see.
around
Yeah.
this point, I think.
Yeah.
We were expecting an exchange. We were expecting an exchange on
F8.
on F8, followed by some knight B5 or. He didn't play that. He played knight B5.
Yeah.
Indirectly attacking C7. He wants to exchange, and he's attacking 2 times C7. So Bishop D6 was played by Van Wely.
Mm-hmm.
Queen B3.
Yeah, maybe there's some tactics around the diagonal. No.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how he will get it open. The diagonal.
Yeah.
I think another idea could be that if you play a move, say King H8, maybe he's ready to play something like this.
Yes.
And then he would like to have, after an exchange, he would like to have that pawn supported by the queen. Plus he's making way for the rook that might be hitting on d6 immediately. Maybe this is an...
yeah. No sacrifices anymore on g4.
Exactly, yeah.
But
Exactly.
of course, something about the h file. You should go with the the king to G7.
King h8 is definitely not the move,
Not the move.
to make.
King G7 probably.
He played h takes g4 actually,
Okay, yeah.
and f takes g4 was played.
Really?
That's another point of
Oh,
king
that's
b3.
that's a point.
For a second I thought we could take, but actually h3 has been defended like this.
Yeah.
This surprises me a lot.
But that means that maybe Van Welen he should have taken before on G4.
But isn't this a big concession that White just played?
Yes, but
Isn't this much more?
well, maybe Queen F6 and Queen. That's just the maneuver I was talking about with Kasparov.
Now we're getting there.
The Queen
We're
to
getting there.
H8.
Queen f6.
Queen F6.
That's beautiful. So
Or-
Queen h8.
Or maybe King G7 and then Queen to H8.
Similar, yeah.
Similar.
And you get
maybe
out of the.
Maybe
you get out
that's
of the-
better. That's a better way. That's better.
Although then maybe we get in with check. I don't know.
Ah,
Maybe that's,
yeah.
I
Okay.
like your other way
Okay,
more.
the other
I liked
way,
Queen,
the other way,
I liked
the
Queen
other
f6.
way, yeah.
And
And now there's something.
yeah, it's pretty serious threats.
Yeah. Can you run with the king? King F2.
King f2.
But that's
we
don't.
come in
that's
with check.
what you
King
don't
e1,
like,
then
king
knight
e1,
h4,
knight
and
h4,
we're
yeah,
ready to
that-
jump in on g2. And
and
on
to E3. It's not what you want, huh?
this is getting out of hand, yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting out of hand here. Can we play a move like King g2 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, but it's already. I wanted to play Queen h8, Rook h1, but already we're taking here.
Taking there, yeah. Yeah. So that means that you should
This
take
is-
first on D6.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
do you have time for it?
Exactly.
Do
After
you have
bishop
time?
takes d6.
Okay.
Okay, taking back is of course the most logical option, but
Queen
okay,
H8.
we can
We
also
have to
play
look one
play for
quick,
mate.
quick look. Yes. Quick look with OA.
King f2 is the only move.
Only move,
I
yeah.
guess. Otherwise,
yes.
well, is it the only? What are we threatening? Let's just try. We are giving mate the whole day already, so let's try
Okay.
to
Okay. Rook H1 and Queen H4.
Rook h1,
It's mate.
Queen h4.
Queen
Yes,
h4, it's mate.
that's a real. That's
That's
a
a
real,
nice-
real
that's a
mate.
nice one.
That's a real mate.
How many
We
mates do we
managed-
have today?
This is number 5, I think.
Number 5 only.
So bishop d6. C takes d6. Then.
Okay.
Sorry,
No.
Queen h8.
Queen H8.
King f2.
King F2
sorry,
only
I'm
move.
just. How are we continuing the attack? I mean, we can give a check.
You can check.
We
yeah.
can give another check, but I'm not sure it's leading.
Anywhere.
I don't really see the follow-up
No.
yet.
No. It's not
But
working.
this is-
it's
this
not
is not,
working.
no,
It's not
this is,
working. It's
too
not
much.
working. Yeah.
But taking back is a
Taking
normal
back is normal.
keeping the same threats.
Now,
Queen h8.
is there also a move
Let's see,
when you play the king to f2 somewhere in this position? Let's
Okay.
say. Let's
So give a check.
no, wait. I was looking to some sacrifice on g4. When the king on
Ah.
f2, with the king on f2. Is it working?
Here already this
yes.
one.
I'm not convinced, but maybe you don't know. You never know.
And
f3,
F3 or-
f3, yes, f3.
Let's take it off.
Okay, knight f4.
And now we have to exchange some pieces.
I'm too late, huh? Yeah, it's not working.
But I'm afraid that
Okay.
after king f2, we can play very simple maybe. And after king e1, again this move knight h4, and this knight is really gonna be. I think this is already
It's,
should already be enough.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that means that black's okay.
Yeah, that's what. But at the same time, the move f takes g4 to me looks.
That's also a concession, yeah.
That's a big
Yeah,
concession.
Big concession, yeah.
Well, the first move that enters my brain is f3.
3, yes. To put the knight on f4.
Yeah, that knight
Yeah.
it finds the best square on f. So let's say after
Yeah.
rook f3,
Yeah.
knight
on
f4, bishop f1.
1, yes.
How good is the compensation here?
And don't we put the queen on h8 again?
Something like that, huh?
But
Queen-
do we do that with with knight f queen f6, huh?
Queen f6.
Yes.
Not a position you can treat
You
lightly.
play every day, huh?
No, I always try to avoid this kind of things. Let me. Okay, I'm trying to be greedy.
Takes
It's a
on.
bit overly greedy actually, but I just want to see how the mate will
Okay.
come.
Again.
So rook a7 is rook takes c8 check,
Yes.
obviously.
Yeah.
But maybe
Of course, you can take on
is it,
g4.
is it time already to play something like
yeah,
this?
you cannot. You simply take back on.
Yeah, maybe my move
a7.
bishop a7 was really
And
not.
this
yeah,
position-
this is of course here. It's really already.
It's okay, and you put
with,
your king on
with
g.
such a knight, it
You cannot
well,
be
you're
worse.
you love.
I
strong
I
knights.
love this knight. So
Yeah, so that's
even when I'm 3 pawns down, it's still a
at least you have the knight.
you have the knight. But
Okay, something different. Bishop takes d6. Let's
yes,
play a bit more normal, and knight c7, a bit more.
this is what the plan used to be. Now, so you want to go with knight to e6
Yes,
to stop my
and
sacrifices.
then well, the rook is
And the rook is hanging. of
hanging.
course.
Yeah,
So I don't see how we can sacrifice it. So rook b8
rook b8
looks forced.
can repeat a bit, but I'm not
Aha.
sure.
Aha.
I'm not sure if we can also try to continue, of course. Maybe knight d6.
Okay, should take.
You have to take. D takes e6. Now knight d6. The knight is pinned, so that's not possible. Queen e6 is bishop c4.
Yes.
So at least for the moment, this pawn is still alive.
Yeah. And rook c7 is coming.
And rook c7, or maybe something like e7 check, king h8, and maybe queen b7 with the idea of
some
queening,
stuff. Yeah.
and then get the rook in. And okay, this
Back
might
rank.
develop in a dangerous way.
Yeah. Okay, king h8.
King h8.
Looks normal.
King h8 looks normal.
So if you play rook c7, then
I also
Oh.
think that the endgames are quite reasonable for white. Okay, I'm not saying that this is. I think that this is because we're very active. We're really. Of course, that knight is always going to be strong, so it's never completely clear.
no, but the rooks are strong.
The rooks
now.
are really strong, and
you
the
have-
bishop actually
you have to change
may
one rook.
also.
Yeah, the bishop is not so bad as it looks.
Yeah, yeah.
Rook h7, maybe to trade one rook off, but you take
On
on
d6.
d6, yes, but then maybe knight d4.
4, yeah.
So now at least you don't have the 7th
Yeah,
rank.
yeah.
And now
Maybe it
I'm-
makes sense to go along with the exchange and go
and
rook
then
f6.
And then rook f6, yeah.
knight
okay.
d4 and rook d6.
No, I can protect.
Yeah, sorry,
But
yeah,
then
I
you-
was thinking bishop c4 and
And then I want to have maybe knight c5 now.
c5. Bishop d5. It's a very interesting position, bishop versus knight. Of course, with all those pawns
Yeah.
on white, it should be in black's
Yeah.
favor, but
no, it's not so.
in this particular case, with the rooks on, of course, with the rooks off, it would be clear that
that
black is
that's
doing
okay, yeah.
very
but
well.
now
But
the white rook is much better than the
Yes.
black rook. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have the impression that
yeah,
it's much better.
maybe
yeah.
it's.
No.
Okay,
Because,
let me first see. Do we have an update? He has played queen e7,
Oh yeah. Also,
Okay.
can go to the h file.
h7, huh?
Yeah.
He's going to h7.
And now he's just put pressure on c5, but what's he doing against this stuff on c7? If you take on, with the
I also like
Yeah,
I
you
like
like-
that
you like to
he's attacking on c5, so he
Yes.
forces some kind of.
Yeah.
How is he going to play? Bishop d6, knight d6, bishop. I think.
bishop, yeah.
C takes. Let's say rook c7.
Yeah, probably would play bishop d7, I think.
Bishop d7, yeah. So okay, I'm again going to be greedy. First,
Yeah, again.
queen h7.
Yes.
I think
Yeah, now there's some
there is some real
some
threats.
danger, yeah. Now
That's why I
there's-
like to. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. It's not allowed.
What about knight to c7? A few moves back.
Yeah, knight c7 is a normal move, yeah. Instead of
Here-
no?
Yeah, here.
Oh, here.
But here it's
Oh,
bishop
okay.
take. Here knight takes c7 is bishop takes c5. Also a check, and then it's
You lose the knight again.
so the exchange is more or less forced.
But you can play knight c7 here, one move later.
Here it's possible,
Here's possible.
but I'm afraid of things on the h file.
Yeah, we can look. We can have a look.
Yeah.
Queen h7.
Well, this I'm not sure about, because we are immediately also threatening rook takes c8.
Ah. Okay.
And
yeah.
compared to this pawn here, bishop takes
Yeah,
g4.
yeah.
Now we can just take it back with the bishop all the time.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
really
yeah.
a big
True.
a big difference.
It's not working. Yeah. So you have to move the rook.
So maybe f takes g4 is not
No.
not a bad
Not
move
so
at all.
bad. No.
Not a bad
You
move at
can
all.
protect h3, and the h
Yeah.
file is stopped.
Yeah.
No.
So just to check the time situation, Wesley so has 39 minutes, Van Wely 26. Well, we'll keep an eye on this definitely.
Right.
It's really interesting game, and I think it would be nice to check Aronian Karyakin, numbers 1 and 2.
Okay.
We left it off around this point when we were wondering how White was going to increase the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
He has played knight h5, queen h6, queen g4.
Ah.
Actually, it looks
You
pretty
find something.
pretty threatening, yeah.
Yeah.
queen g6. Of course, an exchange of queens would be leading nowhere, so that's not what
Aronian wants.
Aronian wants. So he went queen h3, keeping the queens on.
Mhm.
Rook a8, knight f4 back, queen f6, bishop e4.
So, but
Looks a bit,
when we summarize what we're looking to first.
yeah,
First of all, we thought we had no good queen move because if you play queen f3, then knight d4 was
exactly.
equal.
That was a good.
And if
I'm
you
just going
stay
to
on
point
the-
that out.
Yeah, you pointed out this. This is equal
Yeah.
already. And if you stay with the queen on the d file, then rook a d8 was. And
Yeah, that's pinning. Annoying.
so what
annoying pin.
Aronian wants to do is just to have
Unpin.
some unpin the queen, the bishop on d5, and to get some threats.
So he found a very interesting way to
Yeah.
to get rid of all those
To move around,
all those
yeah.
threats. He's moving around. It looks rather well. What did he achieve? But he maybe did achieve something. Bishop e4, g6,
Some weakness.
knight d5. That's of course a weakness. At this point, it may not be much, but
No.
you never know in the future.
No, but the funny
G7?
thing is that he changed the bishop and the knight.
Right.
The bishop was
Yeah.
on d5 and the knight.
Yeah.
This is also what Nimzowitsch told us to do. Put your pieces in the center, then change both pieces, and you get some other pressure. Didn't you know this? You haven't read this book.
I'm a barbarian when it
You're
comes,
a barbarian.
comes to the classics. Queen g7, rook c1,
Yeah.
king
that's-
h8.
There was some
Oh, but this is
trick, huh?
this is actually a big moment. Okay, I'm gonna run or something.
You take on.
His idea is rook takes c6,
Yeah.
bishop takes c6, knight e7 check,
Wins.
gaining two pieces for the
Rook.
for the rook. So that's
Almost winning. Yeah.
and that's very difficult to meet.
It's annoying because king h8 is not so nice move.
Exactly.
And he has also
Uh,
some dark squares weakened.
This is the first move that comes to mind.
But then queen h4.
But then yes,
Yes.
immediately we see that there was a reason why this move g6 was provoked.
Yeah.
Because white is ready to jump in there. This is
Yes, I don't see.
Really annoying.
Rook e6.
Yes,
but
rook
then there are
E6.
some other tactics.
then
Rook takes c6. Yes.
because the rook
Yes.
is lacking defense.
And if you play the other rook to d6, just to protect, then there's another tactic probably. Something with also rook takes c6 or
This is where
Is
the
that working?
audience normally the audience comes in right now.
the audience should scream. Now rook takes c6. Is that possible?
Rook takes c6. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
let's
you
have
mean
a-
it's
the
similar.
Same, it's the same, and then
knight
knight
e7
e7,
check?
yeah, and it gains the material
rook
back,
takes.
and now everything is hanging with black. on black.
Queen takes.
Yes,
Rook e6.
only move.
And suddenly we ourselves are pinned.
But we have queen d8 and then
Queen
rook e.
F8.
Queen f8. Aha.
This is not what Aronian was
not-
going to do.
this is
I
not
think.
what he-
No,
what
no,
he
this
want.
is not what he was planning. Okay, so we are for the moment not entirely sure, but it does feel Like there should be some
It
tactic.
doesn't
Huh?
look good, huh? But back rank, maybe bishop
Oh,
g2.
can we play simply this move? Just very simple.
Okay. Is it working?
Maybe it's not.
Because
My idea was, of course, that
yeah,
this is very nice.
Yeah.
But after f takes g6, does it also work? I wanted to give a check.
Yes.
King f7. I wanted to give another check. Yeah, it works.
It works, yeah.
Yeah.
But you should take with the queen on g6.
That's a move I didn't consider. So you mean queen g6? Yes. That's a pity, yeah.
No, I don't see anything concrete now.
No.
No.
No. But this idea
Yeah, the
is
back rank is,
interesting. The back rank is
But
definitely
maybe just
something.
bishop g2. Just go back and
Just back.
Just back. Because everything is stays in the position.
Right.
Yeah?
And now if you move the rook, then we have our favorite rook c6 and knight e7 check again.
Then we have what we want.
So
yeah.
this might be, and if you exchange on e1, we take back and we keep all our threats on e8, on
e8,
f6.
f6, yeah. And on e7.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost symmetrical, but actually probably completely lost at this point.
Because of this weaknesses.
Yes.
Yeah. G6 was nice provoked.
Very nice. So he didn't play. He played king h8, and that is a pawn sacrifice essentially, because it allows knight takes b6. Small trick. A takes b6. Bishop takes c6. So with a small combination, Levon has won a pawn. But of course, rook d2. Black is ready to
Have some
take
counterplay.
it back, to have some counterplay. Queen h4 is the last move. Rook takes a2 has just been played, but this is the position on the board right now.
So first move, rook takes b6
Rook
is
takes
not
b6.
It's not working.
It's
Probably?
not working. Oh.
Oh, is it? Ah, you don't have. Yeah, queen b2. I thought, but you can
Well, at the very least, we can always exchange queens.
if you want. Yeah.
Then we have an endgame pawn up.
Yeah. But it's hard
It's
to
not
win.
a win.
It's not
but
a win.
it's
You
a
lose-
pawn up.
Yeah, you have one. Yeah.
And essentially, his game plan of going to the game, solid game, trying to win, but if it's not working, it's
No
not-
risk.
No risk. This is exactly what he wanted. He's a pawn
Yes.
up. After queen b2, he can also simply play. I think he would play something like queen f4,
Yes.
because with the queen's on, it's much more difficult to defend this position. It might just be technically winning here.
No.
So we are expecting rook b6. Aronian has 48 minutes. He just has to make 6 moves in
Okay.
48 minutes, so he has plenty of time.
Yeah.
And I think he's doing extremely well.
Yeah, he played a quite good game.
He played
Just-
a really
just
good-
The
With small moves, keeping the pressure on.
concentration in the center of pieces
Yeah.
was very useful.
It's very nice. And he has played a different move. He played queen b4.
Stops the queen from moving.
Right. He keeps an eye on f8, so the queen cannot get active, and the b pawn doesn't run away.
Yeah.
It's
Nice move.
interesting move.
And also with the rook on b6, you have also rook b8, also back rank problems.
So
again.
let's say if you make a move like this,
you take
the
there.
rook takes b6, and maybe he's ready to go rook b8 and then get his rooks.
And of course the ending with heavy pieces is probably won.
With the queens
With the
on,
queen,
you mean?
with the queens on,
Yeah,
with the
with
queens
the queen
on.
still
Very
there.
important
it's
to keep the queens on here.
He's definitely going to keep the queens on.
Yeah.
So we are expecting that this is going to be a long day for Karjakin, I think.
And for Aronian.
And for Aronian,
Not to mention.
but he's gonna have a different feeling. I think.
Yes. Yes.
That's clear. Nakamura Caruana. We haven't seen much of that yet. Their previous game was quite
Was quite
rough.
interesting,
I
yeah.
remember that Nakamura played a what was it? Bishop e3. It was also a Grunfeld.
Mhm.
Bishop c4 line.
Yes.
Sharp variation, some theory, and then Caruana mixed something up. And already on move 15, 16, he was completely lost, and
Incredible.
in 2 hours he had to resign. But he apparently rechecked the variations because he was ready to go for the same variation again. Nakamura this time the one who deviates. Now I'm not very lucky with the openings today because this is again something I can say little about. But this move queen c7 is very tricky because after b3, black is ready to play d5.
D5, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is dangerous for
This is
white.
dangerous because
for white.
let's say if we
Yeah.
take that pawn, let me just knight takes d5, bishop takes d5.
Forced, and rook d8 probably, or knight c6, or what is it?
Well, I would say well, just the most straightforward.
okay.
I think e6, bishop goes, rook d8,
Oh yeah, wins a piece.
and then next move e5,
E5 wins a piece.
wins the
The house.
the house. The house, yeah.
The house.
That's clear, yeah. So that's not possible. Knight db5. I believe this is also mainstream theory, so there's
Mhm.
nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Queen a5, bishop d2, d takes e4, b takes e4. This is a very interesting transformation. White has this development.
Yes.
Nice knight on b5, other knight coming to d5.
Strong
maybe.
bishop on g2.
Strong bishop.
It's like a Catalan, the Catalan bishop against the bishop on c8. Huh?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Cannot develop.
On the other hand,
The
pawn is weak.
The pawn is very weak, and if black succeeds in development, then he's okay.
If he manages
Very much
to
okay.
slowly, well, let's say he brings bishop to c6, exchanges those bishops,
Then he has
gets
this-
his pieces out, then
Yeah.
he can actually even claim to be a bit better
And
because of the
blockade
pawn
on-
structure.
or maybe blockade on c5 with the knight.
Right,
Something like that. Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Okay, he's
So he has to move back.
extinguishing that
Yes.
that knight.
Yes.
Knight immediately reroutes to a better position, and we have a lot of moves ready. So I'm scrolling a bit fast, but just to get to that position slowly. But this is an interesting moment where we cannot keep scrolling on
Okay.
because he's
This is all
giving
well known.
not by me.
No, not by me
by
as well.
not by me. So he's giving his b7 pawn, Caruana,
Yeah,
and
but
Nakamura has actually taken it.
Wow. He gives up this bishop.
He gives up this beautiful bishop, and now similar to what we've seen in Aronian Karyakin, White has this permanent white square weaknesses, and also as we have seen in that game of Aronian, the one we just previously saw, that can actually really be very unpleasant for White. I'm rather surprised actually that he gave
this
up
bishop.
such a beautiful bishop for such a rather miserable pawn. What do you think?
I heard that Nakamura was also not the guy who is very familiar with the classics.
Classics. Well, I don't know about that. He is, of course, a horribly strong player.
Yes.
He is incredibly strong. I've played him 2 times here in Wijk aan Zee, and I really felt the pressure when he's playing. He's very expressive as well.
He's very
So
creative. Yes.
He's extremely
That's right,
creative,
yes.
very practical. He always very resourceful.
Yeah.
Always manages to grab his chances. and
Calculation is very strong as well.
Incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Well, number 5 in the world.
Yes.
What can you say?
What can you say,
It's very, very strong player. Bishop h3. So
Yeah.
it's interesting that.
So he didn't take back the pawn on c4. Eh? He didn't want this pawn. Huh?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's amazing.
That Caruana did value this bishop over the pawn. You can say. Was there another reason why he?
Probably black. Black
Perhaps
is,
he felt that,
it's worse because of development. You cannot. You play queen b3 or something.
Queen b3.
And
Queen
then
b3 is
bishop
a strong move.
somewhere, and then
Yeah.
pawn on a6 is weak.
Rook comes to d1.
Rook comes to
and,
d1, everything. Yeah.
yeah. This might be a bit worse. Yeah.
Right.
So he decided to keep
Unpleasant.
to keep that. And they're really having a debate at the moment. Caruana is saying, okay, that bishop of mine is clearly worth this c pawn.
Yes.
Nakamura is saying, well, I have a pawn and I'm going to
Prove
keep
it. Prove it.
Prove it to
Prove
me.
it.
E6. So this is going to be very interesting, I think, because he will have to prove it.
You have to prove it. Yeah.
Queen d4, rook eb1, rook fd8, bishop e1, knight g4.
He's going.
That knight is a very strong defender,
He's going
not
for the
only
king, yeah.
for the of
Yeah.
the c pawn, but also of the king. So it's good to exchange it off. And queen a4. This is the position they have on the board right now.
So you can get some pawn back now, but that's not what you want probably.
But this
with
has
black.
been a huge success for black, right?
Right. Yeah.
I
I cannot. Why there's no activity at all?
it's just
What's he doing on the b file? There's nothing to see.
well. The first question I have is why can we not take the pawn off?
Okay, take on ace.
Because if you take on
If it
a6,
takes,
I
and then you
think
take
I'm
on
just,
c3.
I think I'm just gonna take on c3.
Does he have some Double attack. I don't
Maybe well, of course after this,
have to check.
with the two bishops,
Two bishops.
black would be doing well. Actually,
back rank, huh?
back
Yeah.
rank. Yeah,
But
just when I wanted to finish my sentence.
maybe just protect with the queen. Queen d4 or something. D2 maybe. I don't know. This looks okay.
Maybe queen.
Ah.
I'm still a bit
okay.
worried with the
Okay, bishop f6 is losing
bishop
already.
f6 is already well. Probably we're gonna take it
And then rook b8.
and go rook b8, and we're just not in time to
And
create
some tricks.
queen d1, king g2, and bishop h3. We need one more move.
One more
but
move,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
Okay.
wondering if we go a little bit back after rook takes c3, white could also think
Yeah.
of such a move,
Mm-hmm.
simply intending
Yeah.
to take the bishop.
Yes.
That could also be a move.
So it's not that easy.
It's incredibly complicated. Yeah, because
You have to move
if
the queen.
you
and
move
then,
the queen and
you take it
now actually you can take here
first. Yeah,
and take here and it's just over.
it's over. Yeah.
So it's definitely not as easy as we expected it not to be easy. I think, but
no.
although
Okay.
I still my initial evaluation still
Stays.
is still the same for me. I think that black is doing great with such bishops. Maybe even a simple move like bishop h3,
Again. Yeah.
just back.
Yeah.
All the threats remain on c4. Let's be greedy. That's always.
Yeah.
Maybe we can create another mate.
Yeah.
Rook takes c4.
Yeah. Okay. Just the back rank again.
Yeah, rook b8.
Maybe black should play h5 somewhere.
Yeah, I like that move.
Some
Yeah.
h5. Maybe
On
early.
the other hand,
Oh, maybe
yeah,
here.
we shouldn't
Maybe here.
exaggerate it too much. Maybe, since we're 2 pawns down.
Now,
Maybe something like queen a7.
yeah, you don't want to trade queens.
Yeah, with queens off,
Then it's
we
over.
are we are simply 2 pawns down. Okay, he definitely needs to
Okay, maybe bishop h3 is too
Yeah,
slow.
yeah.
Maybe h5 in this position,
h5.
and then take on h6, and then rook takes c4.
Right.
At least we are 1 pawn down, and back rank is no problem anymore.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, c3 is hanging.
Rook d1 here.
Aha, rook d1.
Rook d1. I think we're gonna take that off.
We take it.
Oh, you take it.
Ah, we don't. No, you're completely right.
It's rook
Well, I thought that.
There's no mate.
C4 is hanging in the end.
There's no mate.
There's no mate, huh?
No, there's no mate.
Again, we're 1 move short all the
Yeah,
time.
again, yeah.
But there must be some
Okay,
way to
okay.
refine this, I think.
Okay, yeah.
But it doesn't
Okay,
mean we have to take care. Yeah,
No,
it's not
okay,
as
then,
easy
then
as we.
h5 is not to move then.
No.
Because rook d1 is.
No, he has to come up with something.
Something clever now. Yeah, not easy.
Not easy at all, eh?
Queen e5 is not very special. Huh? You don't want to take on e2.
I'm struggling to find a
Yeah,
clear way
Because
of.
rook d1 is still a threat.
Rook d1 is a big threat.
Okay.
So I like this move, bishop h3, and queen
Okay.
takes a6.
White can also play rook d1 in this position instead of taking the pawn, because you cannot take on c4 now.
Ah, I see. I see.
And then pawn on a6 is still weak.
Yeah, that's just.
It's also what some exchanges.
Are we switching to white or?
Maybe Nakamura was right. I don't know.
I would be very surprised if those bishops don't compensate the pawn. But for the moment, we are completely unable to prove it. We're not even close, actually.
No, the bishop on g7 is doing nothing
Yeah.
at the moment.
So just one more time to see this
Yeah.
variation.
Is
Rook,
this,
rook
what-
takes c4. It was
Queen takes a6.
queen takes a6,
Yeah.
and if rook takes c3,
Maybe
we
we should
played rook
play something else. here.
b4. So maybe in this position we can still.
We can move the rook from d8 maybe to c8. But
rook c-
but then still rook b8 is coming.
and if we play your move h5,
h5 now.
h5
In this position.
here
rook,
you mean?
rook d1.
But c4
Rook
in
is
that
hanging
variation
on-
the rook on c4.
Rook c1.
Ah, rook c1.
In this position.
We have the second of Boris Gaffant in the commentary room, so we
Okay.
are very lucky to have
But
Mr. Guzman here helping us around,
that's but
helping us
king g2.
further. King,
Rook the
yeah, this is
yes.
beautiful.
And now you have some threats. Yes.
That's a good audience.
Okay, I'm not still convinced. h3.
H3 takes and I think
I take.
H
And I
takes
take.
G4.
And now
That king is really starting to feel
no,
uncomfortable.
I have queen a8 and move my rook somewhere. And h8, h1 is protected.
You are very sharp.
I didn't have coffee today.
But rook H1 first.
Aha.
No, you have to take
I take on g4.
Ah, you take here. Yes, that's slightly
better, yes.
better, yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly more precise. Because your point was that here you're covering the H1
Yes.
square. That's very nice. And
Long
now
move.
after rook H1, how is the evaluation? Is it a draw?
No, but I wanted to play rook b4 to take the pawn on g4. Then it's no mate anymore.
Oh.
That was my intention.
But can I play
But
F5? And now you go king H2.
Now king h2. Yes. Thank you.
Rook E2. Yeah, it
Ah, rook
continues.
E2.
It continues. Yeah.
It's not over yet.
It continues. And actually,
Incredible.
the other one comes and it's on the second rank now.
And I don't have rook f4.
But this variation, rook takes F7,
Okay.
rook H1, if we take here, can we win this pawn with check somehow?
No, but is it necessary? Can't you play f4
F4.
and you move your king to the center? Yes. It's over.
That's a pity actually.
But it was a nice try. It was a nice try.
And I'm not
Okay.
sure we have come
Maybe
to
we
the
have
truth
seen
yet.
everything.
We played H3 here. Because if we go bishop F5, how is that?
Now,
Because we would like to go forward only.
Of
but,
course. But now I can. Can't I move my bishop? Bishop B. I'm very.
Bishop B4?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we can pick up the rook, but it's not what we want, eh?
Yeah.
Maybe we can play something like
Bishop D4.
bishop D4, yeah.
Yeah.
And now we want to play bishop E4, and
Yes,
then
yes,
it's
then it's
again
mate.
the similar mating.
But King F3. Huh? King F3.
King F3.
No, I'm going to the center.
No fear.
King is protecting itself. Huh?
G5, G4. No, doesn't lead anywhere.
I'm not sure.
Does that mean? What if we play
King E4
bishop
first.
E4? Check. F3. Sorry.
Hey, take the rook on e7.
Yeah, but this is a pity maybe to yeah.
Ja, maar je kan ook van tevoren nog een spaak geven. Maar ja.
Yeah. Well, it's check. You mean give a check?
Yeah, check
in,
first.
in this position. That
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and then to go. Let's see this position.
Somewhere else.
Because I was thinking.
Okay, yeah.
Isn't this mating as well?
Duel. Could be. Nice.
Take.
Yeah, this is a mate. Yeah. This is a mate.
Check.
Yeah.
King 8. Well, this is.
This is mate.
in one. We have another one.
Mate number 6.
Yes.
Today.
We're
Yes.
counting. And now.
It's perpetual at least.
Yeah, perpetual we have, but that's not what we are
Aiming for.
Oh, maybe just a simple small move like this.
Queen takes e2.
Yeah. What?
The queen takes e2.
Queen takes. That's not entirely legal. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Rook H1,
Yeah, rook f1 is.
Yeah, rook H1 is of course the but
G1, the other one,
yeah
H2, and F1.
H2, but we still have E3 and the queen just
No.
covers.
Covers.
The queen covers
covers the
the
square,
queen
yeah.
covers f1.
Nice. Yeah.
But I think that in this position,
This is a nice move. Yeah.
can't we after king h2? Can we play this move? This little move? I just want rook f2 mate.
You cannot stop it, huh?
And
Because
if
g4, you play
if
h4.
g4, I wanted to go h4 exactly.
This is mate. Yeah.
This looks like mate.
Great variation.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go a little bit back.
F3.
We have gone rather deep, I think. But let's.
Maybe f3 was better. Yes, instead of h3. Yeah. Was that a remark?
I think a very known saying is long analysis, wrong analysis. Meaning that the deeper you go, the more mistakes appear. And this is maybe the moment to go a little bit back.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's see what happened. He has played bishop h3. He has played bishop h3.
He has listened to us.
He is
Listens.
sometimes
There's a
we're
live
saying,
stream in his ear. Huh?
not sure how helpful.
How many devices do they have in their ears today? Huh?
So, well, we have seen a number of very exciting variations in this game.
Yeah.
The question remains the same. The bishop, does it compensate for the pawn? My instinct says it does, but Caruana will have to
Very creative.
show that.
He has to play like Nakamura, probably.
Yes. Rapport Giri has really seen a lot of moves.
Oh.
We have left that off around this point when we were rather pessimistic,
Yes.
I would say.
And then he took on c2.
He took everything.
He took everything.
And it's usually a good strategy, I think. If you have a bad position, you may as well take material. Because if
And
you
let him
survive,
prove. Let him prove.
if you survive, at least you have extra material. Oh, that went a bit too fast. So he took 2 pawns, check game, and he didn't take back on c7. Played rook fe1.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's all based on this king on e8. Once that king gets either to the queen or king side, black is simply material up. I'm just after queen c6. I suppose he wants to go rook c1. Eh?
Yeah, rook c1. Yeah.
So instead of taking on
Back.
c7 immediately here, he prefers to
To have
bring all his
another
rooks,
piece in the
all
game.
his rooks
Yeah.
in play. It's a very interesting way of playing. Anish didn't go to c6. He went queen d5, queen takes c7.
And now he wants
e6, of course, he wants to try to
develop.
get his bishops out to get
Yeah.
developed. Knight takes d4.
because you cannot take bishop c3.
And still, my impression is the same. That at this point, White's position is
It's
fantastic.
it must be winning already.
That's the way it looks
Yeah.
at least. Anish took
It took
bishop c3, allowing this
exchange.
queen c5.
Hmm.
Oh, but this is very deep calculation. I think. Knight takes d4. So queen takes d4. Bishop, queen c5.
Mm-hmm.
Forcing a queen exchange, and he has seen that after bishop
Ah,
h8,
the bishop is
f6.
trapped. It's trapped.
It's trapped.
It's trapped. Ah.
So he must have seen that the moment he allowed knight takes d4, he has seen this variation. So that just comes to show how deep these grandmasters are calculating. This is really
right.
not just.
So that means that maybe knight takes d4 maybe was not the best move. We have the impression that white was much
Yeah.
better here.
Yeah,
So can he not just develop or take something else on g5, for instance?
yeah. That is a pawn, of course. You mean
Maybe with the knight.
with the
and
knight?
Knight and then
let's
go
take it
to
off. So I'm
to e4.
guessing he wanted to go bishop e7.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to e7, but I can also go to d6 maybe with tempo.
Okay. And now you castle somewhere. Probably short.
well, not after queen c2.
No. Yeah.
But that's
And also not.
But now a move like d3, or
D3.
maybe put a
Knight-
piece on
knight
e5, knight d5. Black is still a pawn up. Maybe move like h6.
Okay, now we have to calculate knight takes e6. That's what the audience wants.
That's
want
what
to
the
see.
audience
Yeah?
wants to
They'll
see.
Yeah.
Queen g6. But I think can we run away?
Okay, you have to.
We have to. Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
Okay, rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6. Yeah, that's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. Bishop somewhere.
There are some problems.
Yeah, this wouldn't surprise me at all if this would be bishop e7 maybe.
I can take on e7 and queen.
Take it.
And then queen g7.
And I want to go forward.
And then bishop f4 or b4. I don't know.
I think both
B-
will be getting the same reply.
Okay.
I'm thinking I'm getting out.
Wait a minute. I play rook c1 first.
Rook c1.
Rook c1
That's
first.
that's a nice move. And your threat is bishop f4
Or
and
b4.
Or b5, yeah. And then rook e1 and getting that king,
And king
back in the center actually. If
Keep the
if
king
I play
around.
something like this,
Hmm. Okay, bishop f4,
bishop f4, I'm going again here.
b4.
Yeah. There are two
I'm
moves I think here. Ah, okay. I wanted to play something like this.
Yeah,
But
queen
you can take here,
Take
and
there.
after take you have a check,
Check.
in between,
in between, yeah.
winning the queen.
And
So
then
I have to go b6 here.
b6 first, and then I have queen c7 if I want. Or take on c5 first. I take on c5.
Yeah,
take on
take
c5
on
is always killing.
Phew. Okay.
So there you are. with your
Definitely
good
agree.
behavior.
Let's go back a bit, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop e7 was not so bad.
No.
Bishop d6, queen c2 seems
A little bit.
a bit dangerous, yeah.
Okay, queen c2 you said. Or was it?
Well, here,
no,
here's of
here-
course
oh,
bishop
no.
d6 is
Okay. And now I don't have so much pressure. Knight e4 is nice, but
yeah. Maybe I mean
it
we're gonna
doesn't-
take it off at some point. That
it
night.
doesn't do anything there. No, I don't see it.
No.
I don't see it.
No.
So
But let's see.
Anish defended very well then.
Yeah,
Because
and let's just see if because actually we don't know yet how to assess this position.
Okay, right. Rook takes e6 probably.
That
Or
was
rook-
not because after rook takes e6, king f7.
Aha, you lose.
He's ready
you
to
lose,
take on h8
You lose it
and,
immediately.
e6
Yeah,
is
oh yeah, it's not
hanging
possible.
and,
Yeah. So,
So
rook,
he played rook ac1.
okay.
He's ready to meet king f7, which is the normal move in order to take that bishop. I think he wants to play rook d1.
Okay.
And now black has some problems of his own.
Yeah.
So he played king e7.
And he plays also rook ed1, or not?
I think he feared the rook endgame because I think we'll just take it
Or
off.
he just also could also play b6 or bishop b6.
Yeah, I wanted because rook d7 is the only move I think.
Yeah.
And after king d7,
Oh, yeah,
rook
from-
c5, we immediately go to the pawn end game as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Because of
finished.
the back rank
Back
and
rank,
the
yeah.
pawn end game with an extra pawn
It's
is just
over. Yeah, very good.
no
very,
risk.
Very clever. Yeah.
Rapport played bishop takes f6 here. That's a different way of
Yeah.
reaching the rook endgame.
Yeah.
I'm wondering bishop g7.
Yeah. Rook g8.
Rook g8.
Bishop h6.
I
Rook g6.
guess this is not leading to something that we want.
No. But the rook is a little bit misplaced on h6. If
Yeah.
don't we get something similar? Rook d1 or
Maybe here, eh?
yeah.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8, okay. We can only take that with the knight, with the king. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, no.
Yeah, this is probably probably good.
It's good for black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I agree.
Last trick would be something like rook
This,
d1,
but then
rook
you move-
h6, and b4. You don't want to take that off, probably, or maybe you do. Maybe because bishop d6 is
Oh, yeah,
possible.
It's over. It's over.
No, this is not.
It's over.
Yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
So I think that Rapport, took the right
Played the right.
right choice. But after bishop f6, king f6, rook d1, he's calculated that after king e7, rook d7, king e7, rook takes c5, he reaches this rook endgame. But here, of course, Anish no longer has much to worry about. I would think that
Nothing to fear because his king is in the center.
king is in the center. I would.
He
I
has
would.
a slightly worse pawn structure, but the rook is active
Yeah, nothing.
and nothing to fear. Oh.
I would say, I would estimate that this game will not
as a draw.
take as long as the game between Aronian and Karjakin.
Okay.
And that's maybe a nice moment actually to go to that game of Aronian Karjakin. Queen b4 was where we left it off. h5 was played. So he really wants to get rid of all those back rank issues that he was having.
Mhm.
Queen takes b6.
Oh, not with the rook.
Not with the rook, yeah.
We thought with the rook and
Yeah.
then the rook to b8, but maybe then queen b2 is one of the possibilities. No, it's not. It's not. Well,
yeah,
you
we
have
thought
to
rook,
move.
rook b6 was
Yeah, looks good.
keeping all the
Yeah.
rooks on. Keeping an eye on
Yeah,
on a f8.
also, yeah.
He played queen takes b6. Rook a1. It
Uh-huh.
makes sense to exchange a few pieces.
True.
Queen b2, rook d1, king h7, out of the checks. Queen 5 in this position on the board right now.
Now, great chances to win for white.
Yeah, big
but not
chances
easy.
to win.
But still not easy.
And if he wins today, Aronian is on 6 out of 8 at the moment.
And
Karjakin is just half a point behind. And if Aronian wins, then he will really make a very big step towards tournament win.
right.
I think this might be a good moment to make a small
Small break.
break. We'll be back soon, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Hier is jouw water.
Oh yeah. And a warm welcome back from Eindhoven. I'm still your host, Grandmaster Erwin Lamy, and we have a new guest, Rob Dris. Well, new, we know you all. You've been a guest in our show already for many times.
Couple of times, yeah.
Couple of times. Familiar guest. We see that Gelfand and Dominguez.
You have reached the rook end
We are
game,
just
yeah?
in time, I think,
Yeah.
with this game, because it's about to end in a draw, I think. White is going to take on f4. And that's just that.
Yeah,
Right?
there's no way for
Yeah.
either side to penetrate with the king.
Yeah,
So-
right. Just let's make just a few moves to illustrate how that might develop. Actually,
You have to be careful
have
with.
to be careful, huh?
But here you can still play. No, I think you mixed it up. You're handling the mouse, yeah. Yeah, so you.
That's a good
we have
start.
to-
That's a good start of this new.
Yeah. So let's go back a couple of
Yeah,
moves.
let's go back a couple of
And
moves. That's-
probably there's no need to take on f4 yet. Maybe
Right.
you can play a move like what actually? Let's think. So black plays a5, yeah.
A5. Let's
that's
play
a move,
A5.
yeah?
That was a success last time.
So
Maybe
yeah,
just rook e8.
rook e8 here, yeah.
Yeah, just rook e8.
Just ignore
So
the pawn.
we forget about this pawn for the moment on f4, and we're just going for the a pawn.
Yeah, and if you play king g5, perhaps you can just give a check
Give
as
a
well.
check.
Example. Well, but even then, yeah, king h4.
No, but here I'm not afraid.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and white is
For
getting
example,
a pass
king
pawn
h, king
himself.
h3, rook takes a5, king h2. I think it's too slow on that side. We are very fast ourselves,
Yeah.
so this
Right.
this shouldn't be a big deal.
Well, but you have to be careful with the pawn ending.
Yes, that's I think something what that Gelfand will do.
He will spend his time well.
Yeah, I think that. So after a5, we are expecting then rook e8. Yeah, is there another move besides a5? It has been played.
Let's be played, okay.
Okay, so there's no other move.
Yeah, rook
Let's
e8
just update.
makes sense.
Rook e8 makes sense.
What about rook h5?
Rook h5. Yes, that was the next move we're gonna think about.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe the same, huh?
My king to d4 basically, and not to h3.
I see. Yeah, rook a8. You want to go king e5?
Yeah.
But I think rook a8 is not the right.
Rook
move.
a8.
Maybe
Definitely not.
rook c8 is the most accurate move, because you cannot cross the fifth rank with your king
Right.
because of rook takes c5 with check.
This is a nice move. So let me try rook h3 check maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe king.
With the idea
G-
that
yeah.
if you take, I'm going to give another check and pick up the c pawn.
This is a serious pawn.
And this is this is
I like black now.
Yeah, yeah, but instead of taking
King
on
G4,
f4,
eh?
king g4 is
king g4 is the
move.
right way.
And if you take on h2, then you take the pawns on the queen side. Yeah,
Yeah, this is just easy, huh?
yeah, yeah.
This
This,
is
is
easy.
okay for white. Yeah.
Okay, so we did mess it up a little bit, but we're still thinking it's a relatively easy draw at this point, and I would be surprised if they if the game will last
You
long.
never know, yeah.
You never know. You never know. He played. Oh, we have another update. He played h4, king f7. Well, here it shouldn't be much of a problem, right?
Well, maybe he did it on purpose, yeah.
It's the last trick, you mean?
E6?
King e6, king e4. That's, well, taking is the only serious attempt, but we can even wait here. I mean,
Yeah,
it shouldn't be.
yeah. Neither side can improve his positions.
You sure?
h6.
No, h5, h6, yeah. Nothing, yeah. No, this
King f6, king f4, and,
yeah,
and
this,
so on.
it's just a draw. This is most likely going to happen. There are, however, more interesting positions right now on the board. In, for example, the game So Van Wely. Maybe it's a nice moment to.
Yeah, a lot has happened there.
Okay, last time f takes g4, queen e7. We were trying all kinds of things similar actually to this. Queen h7, rook c3.
This is where you left off, yeah?
Around this point, yeah. And
I think you even mentioned ideas to sacrifice
yeah,
the
this is
f-pawn
of
and-
course typical because that knight needs a square on needs this square on f4.
Right.
So f3 happened, forced to take, of course. Although maybe it's nice to point out that here probably we're going to take it off, right?
Yeah, it's leading almost to mate.
Almost mate. Check.
King f2
King
is
f2
forced.
only move, otherwise mate.
Now if you have to be very precise, yeah.
Now
not
it's,
to allow the king to escape.
Poor, we have many moves here.
Too many actually. Queen
Yeah.
h2.
Queen h2, yeah.
Queen h2. King,
King
e3
e3 forced.
and
Knight in.
knight f4. Yeah.
It would surprise me if white survives here.
Yeah. And actually, you can at some point you can even recapture on a7. You can capture.
Yeah,
the
we're
knight on A7,
forgetting
yeah.
that actually we
Yeah.
can still take a knight. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're just.
No, it's completely winning. One sample line, something like this, and we have another mate.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
So he took with the bishop, allowing rook takes h3, but
Yeah, but
with
perhaps
the bishop on
on
f3,
c8 is.
we
hanging.
can just take with check,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah, the bishop is
yeah,
a good defender.
given the
Yeah.
fact that h1 is
Yeah.
protected,
Queen h4.
Queen h4 is being suggested in the audience.
Maybe it's not so easy yet.
Maybe we drop back.
Yeah, and if you give check on g3, you can,
I can-
get in between.
Yeah, I can get in between
With the rook.
with the rook. Yeah, it's still very tricky. Yeah, bishop. Phew.
Can't you play it one move sooner when the queen was still on b3? Play rook g3 and queen h2.
Yeah. Another strong suggestion from the audience.
So what happens? King f2.
Check.
Yeah, king runs.
And then knight f4, so I can make an
That's threatening a nice mate on e2.
Yeah, I didn't like to go to e3 actually.
Yeah,
perhaps,
that was a bit too
because
much.
now there's no immediate mating threat.
And white may just be a piece up. You mean?
I think everything's defended here. Yeah. Although maybe knight
It's-
h4.
At h4.
Are you threatening anything actually?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
Still
discover.
everything is defended. Maybe
Let's-
knight e7 actually.
97.
Check.
King.
King moves and knight to f5.
Yeah.
And I'm threatening. Actually, it's white threatening to give mate with queen takes b7 next.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand, huh?
I have no idea
Yeah.
what's going on.
But in any case, I do feel that Luke's decision was justified. He's just
Makes sense.
He's
Well,
just,
in
he's just
general,
bringing in another rook.
Yeah, and generally in this King's Indian, Black would like to keep this light squared bishop on the board.
of course, yeah.
So
yeah.
it makes,
instead
it
of
makes sense.
instead of going for these crazy complications on h3 immediately, he decided to go bishop d7 and after queen b7 bring his rook.
Yeah, and suddenly all the black pieces are hitting the white king.
Yeah,
and
he has beautiful pieces actually.
And-
They're all doing a great job.
Actually, I think it was Herman before who said that the knight on f4 is worth 3 pawns, and
true.
the knight is
Yeah.
about to jump into
That's
f4.
true. That's true.
And white's pawns on the queen side are still stuck on their initial square. So I think black's attack from practical point of view is, yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
dangerous actually.
It's very dangerous. Yeah. Would you choose black?
Yeah,
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
thinking. From a practical point of view, well, maybe white is fine. It could be that he defends well and then suddenly you're material down. But
Yeah, of course. In the long run, those pawns are worth something. Let's see. We have
there are
more
a lot
moves.
of moves still.
Bishop
Yeah.
g2, knight f4, and here so decided that the threats were already so serious. 92,
92 is a threat.
92 is a
Yeah.
threat. Maybe also something. So bishop takes. That not, because the queen is still.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that bishop g4 may be a threat too, but the queen exchange is not. But 92 is a big threat, and he decided just to take that strong knight off. E takes f4, knight c6, queen g7. So now that the pawn has moved from e5, black playing with the idea of bringing his queen to d4.
You play f3 instead of the queen to c7.
If f3 immediately.
You should take that pawn.
Yeah,
I think,
let's
but how?
take it off. Takes, and I think rook takes h3 is your idea. Yeah.
Well, maybe you can give check on b8
Yeah.
and
King
king
G7.
moves, and then maybe take on d6.
Yeah. So your idea is that after rook takes f3, queen takes d7, we exchange queens and. Well,
You can still play rook f7 actually, but I think.
okay, you can still play rook, but
But after a queen
somewhere.
No, it's not.
Queen h3.
Queen h3. Yeah.
The problem with this position is that all the lines you analyze, they lead to some kind of crazy complications.
Yeah. And you never
Very-
know. You never know when it's gonna end the line.
It's very difficult to draw any conclusion at this point. But f3 was surely considered by Luke. That's I have no doubt about it. But
He played that move before.
he played it afterwards. Yeah, queen before and f3 he played it now. So he with those moves queen g7 and queen b4 included, he thought it may be stronger. And I think this is the position. No, we have more moves. After f3, rook takes f3, rook takes f3, bishop takes f3, rook takes h3, and king g2. This is the position on the board right now. Vesiso has 13 minutes on the clock, and Luke, this is probably some mistake. He has. I see here that he has 0 seconds. That would be rather surprising, but they're move 34, so they can be in big time trouble, of course. Wouldn't surprise me. It's been a very complicated game.
But what to do with black now?
What
Because
to
some
do?
pieces have been traded, and I don't see a real mating attack.
No, me neither. Yeah, I was looking at a move like queen f6, with the idea that okay, this would be minimum draw.
At least a draw.
At
yeah.
least a draw. Oh, that's small error I made.
But we're still there.
I think we're still there, so that's all right. Yeah,
So
we are
queen
back.
Queen f6 is a good.
Yeah, queen
good
f6
attempt.
is a reason, but I'm afraid of queen c3. Let me just. He has played after king g2. He went back to, because I was wondering queen f6, but queen c3 probably was the reason why he didn't.
Yeah. And then suddenly the pawns start telling.
All the end games are very good for white probably, because he has 3 pawns for the exchange. So he has played rook h6 back.
Isn't queen h6 more useful to please play for some?
Yeah, but the queen just comes from the h file. I think that.
What is our threat here? For example, if we go simply queen b8 check, king g7, and okay, I'm just playing a bit careless maybe, but
Yeah, but there's only one check. You mean, yeah? So after
Yeah.
rook h2, you want to
Yeah,
go to
king G1.
G1.
and queen h4, eh? It's actually rather big threat, but I think that we will just take. Here, is it more than a draw?
Yes, but because you can go to.
You can even play bishop g2, you mean? Or
I
for
didn't see
example,
that.
you give
but
check.
if you go to h7, there's
For example, here
queen h5.
check. Oh, queen h5 even better. And after king g7. Because we can prevent the mate on f2 with bishop g2, but black just renews the threat. And I don't see how we can get the queen back. I'm trying to get the queen back with a few
You
checks.
cannot reach the f file.
Oh, we
yeah?
can.
You come back to a7.
Yes, that was what I was
that's
wondering
great.
about. So queen c8 check, then queen c7 check. We cannot go to the 6th rank because of queen takes d6. Now queen b8 check, queen a7 check, and now we are there. Because after queen g3, we are back on f2 and over. Yeah?
Nice line. Nice maneuver.
That was not easy.
Rook h1 check.
Ah,
Definitely next year no audience. That's never gonna happen again. Yeah. So even getting the queen back is not.
It's very tricky, yeah.
It's a really tricky position.
G2 is not really necessary. Queen on A7.
Yeah, but oh, that's right. That's right. Here we have a move. You mean? Yeah. Bishop G2 is not forced. Yeah. Let me put the king here. Maybe that's a bit more natural, given there's 97 check.
Yeah, but what else do we play?
Well, we can give another check on D4.
Yeah.
Check is always good.
We're getting closer.
Now we go to H7, I guess. Because if G8...
Maybe knight E7.
Right.
And if king moves, the knight comes to F5
let's
again.
say you go here. Well, king F7 maybe. Knight F5. And suddenly we are... I think we're safe.
I think we're threatening mate with white.
Yeah, queen G7, queen E7 is coming. And we're covering all the squares. So, king H7 is definitely the move.
But as you said, there's no threat. So finally, you can start to run with your
Well, the
pawns.
threat
Maybe
is queen G3 takes F3.
as simple as that.
Yeah, just queen G3 takes takes F3. So we can just bring the queen here. You mean?
Well, queen G3.
But then
Anyway.
the problem is that it's check.
And
check.
you win the queen.
So it's rather.
Well, even that is not so clear. You can probably hold the endgame, but it's it's kind of fortress. But I don't think this is White's intention.
Well, this is maybe should be the subject of a different. This maybe goes
should
a little
go
bit
back.
out of our scope. Yeah.
We should go back.
Oops. So he has played rook h6, and that's the position on the board right now.
Yeah, and I think he's simply intending to bring his queen over to f4. So if
You mean simply queen
if black to
F6?
move finally, yeah, he will play queen f6, queen f4, and try to.
So let's play a bit naive. You mean this is just a mating attack, huh? Rook h2 coming.
I thought so, yeah.
And
yeah,
okay, so this is something we have to prevent. Can I play queen c3 maybe?
Yeah, and we should go just to another square. Maybe queen f7.
Queen f7. And now I wanted to go queen e3.
e3.
It's nice central.
Everything under control, yeah?
Yeah.
You're attacking g5. Yeah, still kind of annoying. For black.
Queen f6 maybe.
Again.
Threatening on a little something on b2.
Yeah, and if you go knight d4, then suddenly the e5 square becomes available. So
Right, queen e5 simply, yeah. It's all the time. It's rather unclear to me how big black's threats are.
Sometimes it's just
Sometimes
a check,
it's-
sometimes it's made
Sometimes
into.
it's just a ghost.
Who's playing for the win then? Because if
We don't know.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out who's playing for a win.
Black changes the queen on c3 and then takes on c6 and plays
Yeah.
rook h7.
That's definitely.
I don't think white will win.
That's well.
Well, you can transfer the bishop to b5, I think.
I think that even here, even though the pawns are kind of isolated,
They're not so bad as they look.
no, definitely not. Okay, this is a move, but I'm not sure it's necessary. I think we can just go bishop e2. Huh?
Yeah, because for example, if you try to
Go rook a7.
rook
you mean,
a7, you can just move your king, probably king f3.
Yeah, with the idea
And
that
if you take, then white plays c7, rook.
bishop
Even
c4.
that, yeah.
We made the same
We're
mistake.
all getting tricked in every line. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, this is incredible. Yeah, so this is well, and the idea is of course very simple. We're going to put the bishop on b5, push the pawns, get the king to d4 to d5, with I think should be.
Just a matter of time.
I also think so. Yeah. Rook a3. I think
Maybe we
give it-
mishandled it again.
we did it again. Yeah.
Well, bishop c4, yeah? Check.
Yeah. King f8. Bishop b3 or king, maybe this one.
Well, it's not as
Still,
easy
but
as
it's
now.
the king is now
king is suddenly
in the
within the
yeah.
square. Yeah.
Yeah, we did it again. So let's be careful a bit in this position.
Maybe king to the third rank was not a good
maybe
move.
maybe this is a better move.
Yeah, and
You know what's even easier? This move. This is it, yeah.
right. Yeah, and if you take the pawn.
Now after taking c7,
Yeah, finally this is
your
my
point.
idea. Yeah.
After rook a8, I think you want to go bishop a6.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. It's,
And the c pawn is queening. So even though those pawns are separated, isolated, however you want to call it, they are still pretty strong. I think that black should avoid an endgame at all times. All the
well,
endgames.
just if you can get rid of one of these pawns, then black is fine. But I think these are just
I
too
think
strong
it's
together.
just not possible. Huh? I see now on the
We
clock
have some
that
moves?
Luke has 35 seconds. That means he made his last move with just 5 seconds on the clock. That we should also keep that in mind.
And
perhaps,
which move we are? 35.
This move, he just played. We have an update. After rook h6, queen b6 was played. Queen f8 on the board right now. Probably your idea, huh?
Yeah, he wants to
And-
go to f4 with the queen.
Right.
Yeah, so if white plays queen e3 again, which is a natural move actually.
Yeah, queen d8. I'm afraid of queen d8.
Queen d8, yeah.
I'm thinking it's going wrong actually for Van Wely here. I don't want to spoil the mood here of our audience,
Maybe you do.
but those 3 well, queens, as we said, all the end games are just rather hopeless, I think. And
Well, if you try rook f6.
rook f6, but
Bishop c8. E8. Bishop e8.
Well, the
bishop
problem
e8.
is
The problem is that queen
pawn
takes
is
g5
hanging,
is also
yeah.
hanging.
that's another one.
It's a bit too much. Rook f6. Well, the very least we can play something like knight e7, knight f5 here.
Yeah, if you go
There's no square.
yeah, king h8 and knight
King
g6.
h8, knight g6, and king g7, knight f5 is
Discovery check.
is a rook simply. That's just a rook because of the check.
So black cannot avoid the trade of queens.
No, I'm expecting queen d8. Wesley has 2 minutes. Wesley, so I think
You will find
practically
the move.
speaking, queen d8 is the easiest decision. I also believe that after queen e3, he's doing well. But in time trouble, you may not want to get into all kinds of unnecessary complications. Okay, is this a moment to switch to a
That's
different
pretty.
game?
Yeah, let's check the other games. What's still in progress? Well, maybe the game of
Nakamura against Caruana?
yeah, we have some moves there. They have reached move 40 in the meantime.
We were saying that those bishops, especially this one here on h3, should compensate for this c pawn. Let's see how that developed. We had quite a few moves. Bishop f8. So again, white is a little bit tied up with all his pieces, but he still has this c pawn.
He's hanging on his.
He's hanging on to his
Yeah,
c pawn.
if you take on c4 now.
Let's say, you mean in this position, eh?
Right. It's white to move.
Right. You mean rook takes c4
Yeah, I think queen e8 is just winning.
and rook b8, huh?
Queen takes f7 was even.
Oh
faster.
yeah, whoa. I need something.
End of the day, yeah. So that's kind of problem for black, but that pawn on c4 is not moving fast. So
Definitely.
bishop f8 is a very natural move.
Uh-huh.
It's coming to c5 soon, I
Queen
suppose.
d7 was played.
Right. So queens were
Queens were
traded.
exchanged, and suddenly this bishop on h3, it can also get in danger. Of course, I could easily see something like g4 king h1 happening, or well, bishop c5 was played. Bishop b4. That's what I mean.
all right.
Basically offering an exchange of of bishops.
Yeah, so that's actually what happened. Yeah,
Yeah,
bishops were
he
traded.
exchanged, then took on took here, and I'm afraid
We're getting a boring draw.
that this is also not
That's a pity.
gonna last long anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it was an
It was
interesting
very
game,
sharp,
of course.
very
it was
sharp middle
interesting
game,
and I still don't know who was right in the end.
You'll never know.
Well, I mean, they are going to draw this game, so probably we can say that Black had enough compensation.
Sufficient compensation.
Sufficient, but maybe not more than that.
Right, yeah.
Not more than that. Okay, we're going to leave this game because, 4 against 4 on one wing. The rook on a3 is slightly, because Black will have to play rook c6 to defend that pawn.
Yeah, but
it's hardly...
the problem is you cannot improve your king. White king actually, it cannot. It can go
cannot-
to d4, but
cannot
it cannot.
cross further than-
it cannot
than,
attack the rook on c6.
Right.
So this is going to be a draw very very soon.
Yes, that's clear.
We have a much more interesting rook endgame. We have a lot of rook
We
endgames
have
actually.
only rook and games.
We have 4 rook endgames.
Just to point out that Gelfand and Dominguez, we can see the final moves because they have drawn their game.
They didn't reach the pawn ending.
They didn't reach any pawn end games. After h4, this is where we stopped. King f7, rook e1. There's just no way to improve. So rook h5, king g4, rook h6, rook e5, f3. Everything was exchanged and draw agreed.
Fair result.
Fair result. So that's the rook and game of
Very
Gelfand.
comfortable draw for black. I liked
Very-
black's position out of the opening actually.
Yeah, this move
Yeah.
b5,
B5, yeah.
new idea was very strong, and I think it's just closing the entire line. And Dominguez is really on a roll. I think he was on 5 out of 8. He's on 5.5 now. He is still playing against Aronian and Karyakin.
So he can
decide.
he can win the tournament.
He can decide the winner at
If
the
Aronian
very
doesn't
least.
win, probably. Yeah.
Yes, and
That's
that's
the question.
where we should be going now, I think. Because this is where we left it off. After king g7, queen d3, rook b8, rook b1, queen e5. So, what do you think is White's winning plan here?
I think sooner or later he has to trade queens to mobilize his b pawn.
Mhm.
But it's not so easy. Still then it's not easy. It depends on pawn formation on the king side, king's activity. The rook is well placed at the moment. White's rook on b1.
White's rook on b1
It's behind the passed pawn.
behind the passed pawn, and he's ready to
Yeah.
push, of course.
So if queens are traded off and you have your pawn on b7, then
Usually
it's
White at some point chooses to exchange queens when the pawn is far enough and
Exactly,
the win
yeah.
is easy. I would say that in a position like this, I don't know how we're gonna do that, but let's try to exchange
it
to,
happened actually.
get the rooks off somehow.
Other rooks.
Let's say I would go like this. Of course, this is never gonna happen. This and okay, position like this. Is this a win?
Yeah, it should be winning.
This
I
is a
guess.
win, eh?
I think so.
That
yeah.
b pawn is strong enough. I mean, let's say I make a few moves like this. You bring your king,
You bring your king, you chase the rook away.
and if I play something like king f6, king d3, king e5, is this really very easy? Can I still try to block you somehow?
Yes, basically that's the idea for black to defend this kind of positions. Is just to bring the king in front of the pawn.
Right.
and-
let's
and-
say a position like this, huh? Where black tries to get his king in front.
It could be a draw actually.
Well, that's
Well, your rook is very badly placed on
yeah, the rook on
g4.
yeah. Maybe I didn't place that on the
Yeah.
best square of the board. I just wanted to point out, let's say
Some general ideas.
because I think that in general, the White will only exchange queens once he has that pawn further to make it really clear that it's
Yeah.
on b3. I would be slightly hesitating if it's a clear win.
Mhm.
Once it reaches b4, b5, or even b6, b7.
Well, but actually that's what we get because queens
yeah,
are
let's see
traded-
what happened. Queen d2 was played.
It's worth mentioning maybe that b4 is not possible because of rook takes.
That's actually a very good point that Helmut
They're
Grote
always
makes.
tricks.
b4, rook takes b4, rook takes b4, queen e1 is definitely
Trick.
the fastest way to end the game in the draw. So queen d2 in order to bring the b pawn forward. h4. So this is also logical, I think, trying to create some kind of counterplay.
Yeah, because even the white king has to be a little bit careful. It's
Right.
not going to happen, but if black has 2 moves, then he will play h3, queen e4, and queen g2 checkmate.
h3, queen e4. This kind of ideas. It would be quite nice for black to have a pawn on h3. And Ronian exchanged queens immediately, refuting what I just said. Queen takes b2, rook takes b2. Because I felt that this provides black very reasonable drawing chances. I don't know.
I think so too, actually.
I could be wrong, of course, but after king f1, we have a few more moves. King f6, king e2, king f5, king e3. This is the position on the board right now.
And actually, in this case, I think black is not even intending to bring his king over to the queen side, but perhaps he is just intending to generate counterplay with the king on the king side.
Yeah, he's gonna come in to h3. Okay, let's just make a few moves. King g4. Let's say king c3, because we need to get that pawn moving. Rook b8. And, well, if b4, we already go king h3.
Well, still then it's very tricky.
Of course, it's far from...
But it takes a long time before the b pawn will be transformed into a queen.
It takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 moves, and then another one to actually win it. And in the meantime, black is going to take the h pawn and has some ideas of his own. I'm not sure that this Aronian has done this. Well, I'm saying this with a bit of modesty because I'm not entirely we are seeing the strongest players here, and they Aronian has fantastic technique. So I have some hesitation to.
But can we go back one more move? Okay. Because we just pointed out that we played queen d2 with the idea to push the b pawn. So why not do it right now?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, maybe queen e4. Yeah.
So he's attacking the rook on b1. So check seems to be.
Yeah, king
h7. Somewhere. Well, and now we are ready to go h3.
Right. And the problem is you cannot play a move like queen f6 here because the rook on b1 is hanging.
Yeah, and it's really, for example, b5, h3. You can prevent it for the moment, but rook takes b5 is already.
You can actually lose this.
You can lose this, yeah. You can always lose. So that's very serious counterplay. So could it be that he underestimated this?
Yeah, the plan with h5, h4.
That was very very strong.
Very good. Yeah.
So why did he play h4 himself?
That's possible.
That's definitely a big question. Yeah, why not h4 ourselves? Because white is not in any rush. He could still go queen d2 next move. Rook b4 was suggested in the audience.
It's not so easy still, because if you attack the rook with queen d2, you can just protect the rook in various ways.
We were saying this rook is very well placed on b1, but I'm wondering, can we not transfer it somehow? Say something like rook c1, go rook c3 or rook c4 and try to actually activate it, because with that pawn on b3, the rook on b1 is also rather useless for the moment.
Actually, I think h4 is a very good suggestion.
Yeah, I think h4 is an excellent suggestion. Yeah. Okay, let's just see if we have more moves. I'm just gonna,
I guess,
click for an update. King d3, g5 was played. King c3, rook b7. Okay, we were expecting that he would go king g4 immediately, but g5 is also a logical move in the whole chain of moves that he will have to make, starting with king g4, king h3. So king c3, rook b7. This is the position on the board right now.
Maybe we should just check what happens if both sides start running.
Let's start running.
Yeah, I mean, just to get
b4,
a better picture.
King g4, b5, king h3, b6, king h2.
Actually, I start to prefer black again.
I think black is already better. Yeah. I mean, we're trying to take
because
you have to take. And okay, let's just continue this naive way of playing. We'll have to move that rook, unfortunately. So we have to move it again. B7, H2. Well, we're just faster.
F4.
King G3.
Take on H2, or maybe.
Well, the whole line is pretty far from forced, but it gives an idea of of the. This is not what Aronian wanted.
No, black is very fast himself too.
This is not what Aronian was after, and yes, that's a bigger idea. I think we has to prevent that counterplay. So if the rook b7, a move like f3, I think. That's why I was a bit surprised that he didn't go king g4 on the previous move.
Then he can take on h4. He cannot take back the pawn.
G5, king c3, rook b7. Sorry, king g4, yeah. King c3 we were playing, I think. Rook b8.
Now you can take on h4 and you can take with the pawn. So then it takes much longer for black to get free pawn.
Yeah, is it really so much slower?
Yeah,
I would say that this is also
F4, F3.
F3 is an excellent suggestion. F3 is an excellent. Okay, this is something serious because we're not making any progress. Okay, so this was his point. He wants to be able to take back with the pawn on h4. King c3, rook b7, and now we have to see whether f3 is.
Yeah, maybe it's still not too late to change your mind. You can probably take on g3 first.
And play g4, eh?
G4, yeah.
Well, now after f4,
the king
comes in. Okay, here
you win 2 pawns probably.
I would be surprised if this can be well something like no actually okay a move like rook d2.
But still, you can start giving some checks with the rook.
Yeah, you give a check. Go to b2 probably.
Yeah, and you can even play rook b7, preventing the b pawn.
Yeah,
from
what is white doing? You mean?
Yeah.
Well, can try this.
Still not easy. Perhaps f5 or
f5. I wanted to give a check. If you go another check, and maybe then try to bring the king up.
Very difficult.
Definitely some problems. So f3. Let's take our time here.
Still, I think black is still in time if he decides not to focus his play on the king side, but perhaps he can bring his king to the queen side here.
King e5 or?
Well, maybe take first on g3.
Yes, that makes sense. And king e5, you mean, eh?
Yes. And if you play king c4, then
can I push?
You can.
I'm afraid we're lacking some counterplay here.
Yeah, but if you play king d5.
King d5. Can I just keep going?
That's a good.
My idea is that all the pawn endgames are most probably winning after an exchange.
Well, last time you were wrong.
Last time I was wrong. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I'm wrong again. That's possible.
But this time you're too fast.
I think that this time, I can.
Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah, this should be fine. That's an important technique in this type of position, of course. That sometimes you just sacrifice the b pawn in order to exchange rooks and win the pawn endgame on the king side. Aronian is thinking in this position.
F3 is a good suggestion.
I think f3 is a very good suggestion.
But how to generate counterplay then with black on the king side?
I'm struggling a bit to find a clear way.
Maybe it's still very promising for white.
Yeah, I think that my initial optimism for a draw has vanished. I think that Aronian, I'm thinking that
And he has a
It's
huge
all under control.
He has a huge time advantage. He didn't play f3 actually. He just played the move b5.
Let's see what happened. He played b4, king g4, b5. Okay. Okay, so well, the main question. It's the same. It's the same idea. After g takes h4, g takes h4, he has this move again.
That's brilliant. the king has
played
been still
He
made
has
it.
played king h3. Now the pawn has to be brought to f4, and then we have some crazy rook. But that's not easy to reach. Okay, this is g takes. It's on the board right now. G takes h4, g takes h4. Well, f3.
That should be the
I
idea.
don't see any other try. Because after f4, we'll simply go king g4, pick up the f pawn.
Yeah, you go after the f pawn.
If rook b4, we come back to h3, so that doesn't lead anywhere. So f3. Well, let's try f5. Just yeah, why not? B6,
Yeah,
b6, f4. Yeah.
f4, king.
Where?
Well, maybe king d4. Yeah.
Check.
King e5.
Yeah.
Is there any stalemate trap?
Okay, so check.
b5.
Yeah, let's follow it. Of course, taking is not. So you take it. Rook d2. Yeah. Well.
Rook b4.
Maybe,
Rook b4.
or rook b1, just going with the b pawn. Huh? A very interesting position. Very interesting position. And if we keep following the king, I think king takes f4 comes. Another check. King e4.
Rook. You can just
actually,
keep on following.
Isn't it just?
Yeah, you give just checks on the 5th rank. And
I don't see where you can run. What's the road? So we check again.
We keep on following you.
C2. Another one. B1, you say? Another one, and another. No, I think we're going. We're just.
Actually, it reminds me of a game.
No, rook c2. Yeah, king a3. Yeah, but.
You had a similar stalemate pattern in your game
against Van Wely.
Against Van Wely.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Luke Van Wely first. It was a double rook endgame. He first gave one rook and then started to give this.
I think your king visited all squares.
Yeah, I went all over the board. Finally, managed to run away.
But it took like 20 moves to escape from all the checks.
But in this case, I don't see a clear way of getting out of the checks.
And if you want to b7.
To b7, okay. How do we reach that?
I don't know.
You have to make some.
Because you have to cross the 5th rank somehow. But we can try that. We can try that. Yeah, we are there already. King b4.
Maybe you can stop it with the pawn of
Here. But also here now it's just.
Yeah. No, it's the same problem.
Yeah.
And can you try to escape via the 2nd rank, perhaps via f2 or something?
Via the 2nd rank. Okay, we can try that.
I'm not sure.
So we go check. Here you mean, eh?
Yes.
So another check.
King f2.
King f2. Now you're out.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay. So we have to give a check here, maybe, not to allow you to go to f2.
King. D2.
D2. D2. Yes. Yeah, this is the problem is that here we're picking up the pawn, but now there's no longer stalemate. The king can come out. So that's a big issue. Okay, I think we've illustrated this idea of stalemate long enough, because actually Aronian played a completely different move. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But at least we had some fun.
He played a move which we considered very briefly, because we thought it's losing a pawn.
He played f4?
He played f4, yeah.
That's strange. That's very strange, actually.
Yeah, but
well, maybe he has calculated. That's possible.
No, it's not so strange. Rook b4 you can play.
Yeah.
3 and then f5.
Yes, exactly. I think rook b4 is the important point is that when you go back to attack h2, as Herman Grote pointed out, there's f5.
But
With the idea that king h2, rook takes h4, and then we check the next move we, the next move we, so we take here, we come back, and it's clearly winning probably, yeah? So this position is on the board right now. Rook b4 we are expecting. Can we play f5?
F5 here, yeah.
Preparing the move king h3. But b6, yeah. King h3. Rook b2. King g4 back. I'm also wondering how the race is if we simply now go for it. Maybe even give a check first.
King g4.
King g4 and go. f4, go.
f3. Oh, sorry, the rook thing.
Rook b8, king c7.
Yeah.
Somewhere. b7.
f3.
f3. b8 is forced.
Yeah, the
takes
king
b8, king takes b8,
comes around.
king f4, king e3, and well, black is in time, huh?
Seems
king
so.
King is too far away. So let's go a little bit back. And he has played b6. I just see it on the board right now. So this position after b6 is now on the board.
Well, but he played.
He didn't play rook before.
He didn't play rook before.
Okay. Well,
So,
the first question
what
that
if you
comes to
take?
mind is taking.
King d4. Looks
King
like
d4 looks like the and f5.
F5.
I guess.
And we are transposing.
This is transposing into
Yeah.
our line, yeah.
Or you should not play rook f2. Maybe.
Yeah, but I was thinking
yeah,
that here.
King e3 probably.
Let's say. Well,
but maybe you have a chance to pick up the h pawn with the
something like this, b8, I guess. Rook takes. We take
rook
with the
rook. Yeah.
f3. Phew. Looks like a position for the audience, I think. Maybe some suggestions?
It's always what you say when it becomes difficult.
Yes.
But how is it going if you play?
Where exactly do you mean?
No, not rook b4, it's rook b3. You cut the king off, so you cannot enter via e3.
You mean here, rook b3? Stopping for the moment.
Could be a good
okay,
move, actually.
that could be a very good move. It's kind of Zugzwang even, eh?
Well, but still, a king.
Because after king g4, your point is king c5.
Maybe you can include h3 as well. But
yeah,
maybe you can wait one move.
That's also. That makes a lot. Of course, in this type of positions, all these kind of small moves that win time are always extremely useful. It should be pointed out that Aronan has 1 hour and 12 minutes left on the clock. He's just been blitzing more or less. Karjakin has 23 minutes. Rook b3.
Yeah, you don't have any other useful moves, right?
Well, we
Or
can play
h3.
H3 is the only other move I see. But then we can just go king c5, I think.
Yeah, so king.
Because if king e4, we can just take the pawn. And after f3, king c6, okay, this h pawn will finally decide. For example, rook b8, king c7, rook somewhere, b7, f3, rook h7. Okay, I'm just trying to wait.
No.
Yeah, here. Why
what's
not?
wrong?
Rook f7, king e3, b8, and after an exchange, okay, the h pawn will simply we give the rook for the f pawn, and that's simple. So rook b3 is definitely a strong suggestion. And again, we are analyzing something which has not appeared in the game, because Karjakin played f5. But after f5, king d4, he has played king takes f4.
We have seen this before.
So it's a transposition to something we saw before, and rook b3 might be
The move.
might be the move at this point. So once again, to repeat, after king c5, king e3, we are thinking that black is just in time with that f pawn to create enough counterplay to make a draw. And after rook b3, king, for example, king g4, king c5. We haven't looked at this line yet. f4. How is this?
H3.
h3,
King f5.
king f5. I'm thinking king c6, rook b8,
King c7.
king c7, rook h8, b7, again king e4, I think,
Yes.
b8, rook takes, f3.
But I think you're in time now.
You're on time, eh?
Rook,
Rook f8,
rook f8.
king e3.
King d6.
Yes, you're just in time and you're winning the pawn end game, you mean, huh?
I thought so.
But how exactly?
Yeah,
This one, yeah?
King,
Ah,
king,
it's-
king e4, yeah.
Yeah. And after an exchange, we go king f3, I think. Then king g4, and we're just in time.
Yeah.
King f2, king h4, king g5, and forward. Okay, this illustrates the ideas, I think. Aronian is taking his time after king takes f4. And in the meantime, we have a
result.
big guest coming up. We have Wesley So in the house. Can you, please, Wesley, join us.
Thank you. Very nice.
I'm actually even going to give you my seat because I'm going to give you the mouse. We're going to switch chairs. Because Wesley has won his game against Van Wely. We saw already that things were going your way. And maybe you could show us your views.
Where do you want to start?
Let's do it from the beginning.
Okay, from the beginning.
That's the best
Yeah.
way.
So we played the King's Indian. I wasn't expecting it.
Yes.
Yes, and I played this line twice before.
So you think
All
he
this.
specifically prepared for this?
Yes.
You always play g4?
In this position, yes.
Okay.
I know Van Wely is a very good attacker. Don't want to get mated.
right.
So I think I played this before. I think here my opponent played a6 because after bishop f8 I have this move. But
And
I'm
you
not
think this
sure.
is already a good position for white, or?
I'm not sure. Bishop d6. I think white should be slightly better here. Maybe queen b3 was not necessary. Maybe I could just have played bishop f2. Or
Bishop f2, yeah.
Bishop
We
f2
can
and
have a
king
look
g2.
if you want.
But-
Bishop f2.
it's always tricky. This
Yeah,
kind of position.
it's also complicated to analyze it, yeah,
Mhm.
because there's so many options and so many.
Yes, and the computer is not helpful in
Right.
this kind of
Right.
because it doesn't understand that white could easily get mated.
Yeah, because computer always gives a high estimation of white's position here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of better pawn structure. Okay, play queen b3, and I thought fg4 was interesting.
Yeah, we were quite surprised with this decision, but you're saying it's the right way, yeah?
I don't know. After
We were very much
hg4,
afraid to give up that f4 square.
rook h3.
Rook h3.
Yes.
That's of course a move we didn't consider.
I did. I know he's threatening to take my pawn here. See,
Right. That's.
he's attacking my queen, and I thought queen b4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it could go something like queen e7 and then queen h7, and seems very dangerous.
Is it just mating or?
It seems okay after queen e7. Maybe I have to go king g2,
Okay.
and then something crazy like a5. I think I saw this line. Then maybe I'm just getting mated there.
Because the threat is just to. What's black threatening here exactly?
Rook h2 or f3,
Rook h2 or f3. Okay.
and obviously, yeah. So this is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Rook h1.
Rook h1, f3. Bishop takes f3. Something like f8.
Aha, because rook takes h3 runs
Knight
into
F4.
knight f4 check, huh? King f2, queen takes h3.
And I don't know.
It looks rather scary, yeah.
Yeah, it seems hard to defend.
So this was the reason why you chose to play f takes
play
g4. But did it feel like a concession, or you
But-
thought that you're doing well?
I remember in my preparation I have something like something similar where I take with the f pawn.
I see, okay.
So I wasn't. But I think queen e7 was a good move.
He's ready to switch to...
Yes.
Yeah.
And I took on d6, but maybe it's not the best. Maybe I should have played bishop a3, but I wasn't sure about this position. Bishop takes g4.
Okay.
And if I take the knight f4.
And again, similar mating threats, yeah?
Yes, and well, all these lines are very concrete, obviously, but I think as white I have to calculate all of them because I could easily get mated.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary.
So I don't know.
But finally, your decision to take on d6 was okay.
I think it's just a practical chance.
Okay, I see.
He could have played bishop d7 here. Also.
You expected bishop d7? Or?
Yes, bishop d7.
And let's say if we start
Queen.
Look, if you play like in the
b7,
yeah.
Rook. Maybe there's not much difference. Yeah, somehow I was wondering what would happen if it just goes like this.
Even like this, huh?
Oh, but maybe it's not enough. And I mean, rook c3, queen h7.
We can have a look.
Queen h7.
And you mean that after taking queen takes d7, you're...
He gives perpetual.
Oh, I thought you were just wanting to... But it's
But
minimum, yeah?
Yeah, I can also
minimum,
give perpetual.
minimum perpetual, of course, yeah.
But I can go f2, but then he takes on g4, and then it's not clear at all.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, yeah.
No, I think... I'm not sure who is better here. Oh,
But
wait, what he played?
during the game you felt that it was total mess, simply.
Yes, well, I was in the game. I was happy when I managed to give up my rook for his knight on f4.
Right, yeah. That looked like a good decision.
Like here, I wasn't expecting f3. I thought he would just go bishop d7, and then if take rook f8.
To maybe keep this option.
Well, he's only 2 pawns down here, unlike in the game he was 3 pawns down. But actually here it's not so easy to defend this pawn on h3, because if rook f3, then he can take on g4.
But our feeling was that generally speaking, black has had very good compensation. You think he simply went wrong somewhere, or what?
Well,
was there a clear moment that you thought that is that here where things are going your way?
I think here when I took on f4, he seemed to be to get confused by it. He wasn't expecting this thing. Well, he's 3 pawns down, so I thought it makes sense to sacrifice my...
Yeah, it's a very strong knight, of course.
And here I think this is where the momentum of the game is changing slightly. Because when I think he takes f4 was a mistake. Maybe should have taken with this pawn.
And what's the big difference compared to the game?
He has one central pawn on e5, and compared to the game, I cannot push it. Okay, but I don't know.
No, I thought maybe there was a concrete reason why you thought this was better than he takes f4. But
I'm not sure if f3 works. Take bishop f3, rook h3, and then check. King g7, take. I think take.
Queen takes d7, rook f7, huh?
And he takes
Queen e6.
Queen takes e4.
How's the end game?
Well, I should be losing a couple of pawns.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you.
Maybe I pushed this.
Yeah,
pawn.
because it's a lot of pawns, huh?
Well, also in the game I had a lot of pawns. Maybe this is just winning. Or rook e7.
Knight c6 maybe.
Rook e.
And
Yes.
Yeah, not so.
Oh,
not
not
so
so
easy.
clear.
Yeah, not so clear. Okay.
Yes. Oh, okay. So.
But in any case, you thought that this was a better chance than what he played.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I think F3 was a little too hasty.
Right.
Maybe.
So you're saying bishop d7
yes.
and rook f8.
And rook f8 because I have a lot of weaknesses. My pawn on e4 is weak. My pawn on h3 is weak, and he keeps this option. And
right.
I think this should be good for black. Maybe king h2. But then f3 and knight f4 looks dangerous.
Yeah, it's all black's pieces are working basically. Yeah?
Yes. Well,
maybe we can see how the game developed.
Okay, f3.
Because we actually missed the final part of the game. We were looking at the rook end game of Aronian versus Karyakin.
Well, here he started to use up a lot of time. I don't know. I think f3 shouldn't work. And then some
queen b8, queen takes d6, or it's a similar variation we saw before. But
what if he takes?
Then
I just don't know, take and push this. Push this pawn.
Well, you could.
I don't know.
This is probably getting out of hand, yeah?
Well, I still have a draw.
Yes.
But I don't know. Maybe if this, because in the game he was just worse.
You mean he should be going for something like this at some point, just to see if it works?
Yes,
and,
just see if it works. I'm not sure if it works, but if it doesn't work, then I simply have too many pawns.
Right, right. So he played queen g7?
He played queen g7, queen b4, and finally he went for f3. But now his queen is not on the h file, and here he had only like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, we could see the clock times.
It was very hard for me. He spent a lot of time after move 30.
Right.
After sacrificing.
And here, did you see any way for him to complicate the game?
I thought rook h4.
Rook h4, okay.
Yes, to take my pawn.
What were you intending here?
I don't know. It's hard. I think maybe something like e5.
e5.
But problem e5, queen h7. I'm trying to mate me.
Queen c2. It's nice to point out. Just e5 queen threatens queen c2, and suddenly
your king might get mated.
In trouble, huh?
Yes. Well, obvious. I think this is still a draw. Though king f1, and he gives perpetual.
Yeah. But that's not what you're after at this point, I suppose.
No, I was after his time trouble.
Okay. And if you, so this is actually not so clear then?
Yes, rook 8. No, I didn't see anything. Rook 8, h4.
So he simply wants to take on g4, right?
Yes. And yes, it's not easy to defend.
And if you were to play just e6 after queen h7, check king f1.
King f1.
Because you can still maybe play queen e1 or.
Yes, but he gives a check here.
Yes. You mean you're not getting out of the checks, or king f2?
I check here.
Oh, yeah.
And then he gives a draw.
Minimum, yeah.
Minimum. But actually, that's probably also the maximum.
Yeah, maximum.
Or maybe he can try.
Yeah, queen c2. I was thinking maybe.
Queen d4 should be fine for me.
But that was the thing about this game. There are all kinds of resources and tricks everywhere. You're never 100% sure if something is winning or not.
Well, the game was very interesting after. The game was very interesting, I think, after queen e7. And I don't know. Obviously, he could have improved. I think rook h6 was a mistake.
Okay.
And
so after queen, you played queen
b6.
Queen b6, threatening queen d8.
Yes, and now he only had 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And I think this is
the end game is just lost. Yeah.
Because I had 3 pawns.
Yeah, this is where we left your game. So how did it finish? Maybe you could.
And he took, which was a blunder, because now he's
Right. Just the pawns are just running. Yeah?
just rolling, and then my king comes.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah.
Yes, well, finally.
So
I think rook h4 should be.
Rook h4 was his last chance. You
Yeah,
believe,
I
huh?
did not see anything. after rook
Right,
h4, but
right.
Obviously, some people see more than me, but
But you still see quite a lot. You know. So you're on 5 out of 9 now.
yeah.
What are your thoughts? How are you? Are you enjoying it here? Are you having a good time?
Well, on my last 3 games before this game, I lost 2 games, and so obviously not having a good time.
Sure, but this must be a good feeling. This way.
Well, yes, at least. Well, finally I won after many days.
Right.
But
So well, thank you very much for showing your game, and good luck in the final rounds.
Thank you. Yeah, tomorrow is another rest day for us.
Yes.
Actually, the first time I came to the live commentary, I lost the next day, so hopefully this. But well, I don't.
But it was not with me.
Huh?
It was with someone else.
Yeah, it
So-
was. With
so there's-
because you left.
You're right.
You gave the seat to
So
me.
no worries, no worries. It will be all fine.
Thank you.
And we will also be taking a short break right now, but we'll be back soon. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Eindhoven. I'm your host of today, Erwin Lamy, Grandmaster Erwin Lamy. And we have a result. We have a big result. Levon Aronian has beaten Karjakin. We had a look at that rook endgame before. And it was indeed the move suggested here in the audience. I already told you it's new as a novelty today. We have an audience, a live audience here present. And they suggested to move rook b3 in this position rather than going king c5, allowing the black king in, which would result in a draw most likely. Ronja played rook b3, cutting off the black king, and after h3, king d5. Actually, pretty straightforward from this moment on. King g4. Also note that king d5 is useful because white wants to go to c6, and he is for the moment still blocking that king on f4. King g4, king c6, rook b8, and also here very nice technique, rook g3 check, king h4, rook b7, sorry, f4 and rook g7, and Karjakin resigned. Why did he resign? Because after f3 there are actually many ways to win, but the most simple one is simply like this, because after f2, rook f8, he's picking up the f-pawn, and with it the game. So Levon Aronian enforces his lead in the tournament standings. He's now on 7 out of 9. Beaten his direct competitor Karjakin, he was on 5.5 out of 8, now goes to 5.5 out of 9. The only one who can still remain in a 1 point margin is Caruana, but as we saw, he is currently playing against against Nakamura, and
he's on his way.
Great news. Levon Aronian is on his way. He's gonna show us his win over Karjakin, so that's gonna be very exciting. Definitely don't miss that. In the meantime, there is no meantime because he's right here. So
Congratulations.
that's great. Applause, please. Levon, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
That's a very big step, I think. Would you like to take us through the game?
A small step for me, but the big step for humanity.
Maybe I should.
It's a difficult thing.
Yeah, the scrolling.
Too many moves.
Too many moves. It was a long game.
Yes.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, you've had this exact position before against Karjakin. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us where was the deviation?
Yeah,
point?
last time I've played him, I've played knight a4.
Okay, so you actually deviated with 92 then.
Yeah, I wasn't successful with knight a4, so I thought it's time to bring the knight to f4, not on a4.
Right.
It's more logical.
Yeah,
You
you're
know.
pressuring on
If
d5.
your opponent is with the knight on the side, you shouldn't put your knight on the side.
Aha,
Otherwise, his knight will be kind of compensated. So, anyway, the critical point, somehow I couldn't remember this queen d6, what to play here. But I thought that this is right. But it seems that maybe black has knight d4 here. I couldn't really figure out what's happening here. Probably black is fine here, strangely enough. So maybe bishop f6, the whole operation is not working so well for me.
Because here you mean he's going to take on f4 simply, and
yeah,
that's it, or
yeah, something like this. Take and
rook
f7, perhaps.
Right.
Should be about equal.
And could white start with knight c4 instead of on move instead of d takes e6?
Knight c4 doesn't really make much sense, I thought, because queen can go and I don't really have what I want. That's what I felt.
Okay.
But maybe I should play knight c4. I don't know. Some knight h5, yeah, some tricky business.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I've blundered. I forgot that he can simply
You
take
feel
on
he
e5.
should have you should have gone for this.
Yes.
Okay. Because in the game,
Because this is very unpleasant. I wasn't sure about my knight h5 queen g4, but I felt it's interesting. There should be some other ways to get an advantage here for white.
because it's just annoying pressure, you mean, yeah? Black is just not in time to really equalize.
Yes, yes. So I was just trying. At first, I thought that here I have a big advantage, but it was naive of me because knight h4, rook fd8. Oh, sometimes this rook d5 is coming. You know, takes knight.
Knight d4 and
d4
knight f3 check. And
some weird
Right.
things like this, and yeah, I was very happy still. But king f8, I thought, okay, now I will mate him beautifully with knight g6, but just rook d6, rook f3, rook f6. I don't see why
it's not leading.
Yeah.
Where you mean? Yeah.
So that's why my initial plan didn't confirm. So I went for the plan B, queen h3. Yeah, queen h4 perhaps is also a move, but wasn't really sure how do I proceed. No, wait. Rook e8, yes. How do I proceed here? Queen f5. His queen is really well placed on f5, and otherwise queen h4 would have been really good. So basically the idea after queen h3 that if he tries to do things like this, then it's some some punishment might come, you know?
So here it's king f7 is.
Or maybe like some things like this were always there in the air.
Okay, I see.
So rook
It's
d8.
very surprising, yeah, with all the pieces there.
Maybe queen c2 still it doesn't work here, but like rook c1, and then I prepare this very annoying threat.
Right.
Anyway, so rook d8 I felt is the right move. Here. Knight d5. This is practically forced because if he plays with h6, still going to experience the same problems. Knight h5 and where the queen is gonna go. So he has to hide his lady at home. so here, and I felt he's going to play something like rook e8.
He was afraid of queen h4, I suppose? Or?
Yes, but I didn't really see what's wrong with just being passive here. Like,
And rook d6, e6 next, or?
yeah. Somehow it's all really tricky. All these knight c7 things are coming, but g5. So you know,
right.
Because abandoning the pawn might be a normal idea if he has a move like this. But I didn't feel this is sufficient for him. I felt that some things like this will come. So
And in this position where you're the pawn up, how did you assess this?
very unpleasant for black.
Very unpleasant. But you wouldn't say winning or
No.
not this, that would be too much. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
After also rook d6 he had a move. Because, for example, if I take check,
Mm-hmm.
and black is fine. Because queen c3 regains back.
And everything is hanging.
So
okay.
I was thinking about some weird looking move knight c7. I thought I'm being very intelligent here, you know? That at some
Knight
moment
b5 or so, it starts to hang, yeah?
But it's probably just a mirage, because bishop c8. Anyway.
Bishop c8 and knight d4 and...
Yeah. So I felt that here maybe I went astray, but then after king h8,
It worked out
Yes.
well. Yeah.
So rook d2. I'm not sure about this queen h4, queen b4 business, but
We liked it to keep the queen on g7. Looked very strong.
You know, my initial intention was, of course, rook f6. I was very,
really keeping the queen.
I was really excited about this, but then I just realized it doesn't lead anywhere. You can simply play b5, bring the rook back.
Right.
Rook e7, king g8. Yeah, it looks beautiful, but I'm not going anywhere with this. So then I thought I'll pretend I was planning queen b4 all along, you know.
Right.
just and rook f6 I'll keep for the future. Anyway, so the moves were more or less normal. I thought he can keep the rooks, but then
Did you
No.
consider rook takes b6 as well?
rook b6 is not a good move.
Okay.
The reason for it being, I'm not sure what's the reason, but
But it is bad.
I feel the rook has to be on c6. You know, this is beautiful. I'm stopping his f8 rook. You know.
You were maybe you still wanted to plant that rook on f6. Maybe.
Yeah, and still, like, it's nice. The rook cannot move.
Yeah.
Or only a8, but a8, it's normal. 2 rooks on a file is not good.
No, guys, I thought
In
you're,
order-
you're
in
preventing
order-
rook a1 with rook b6, but
But in order to, he can just play king h7. I'm not preventing anything.
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And with queen b6, you know, I'm stopping the doubling of the rooks just in case. So rook a1, rook c1, takes, queen b2, rook d1, king h7. Here I felt very clever with my queen b5. I thought I'll trick him and play queen d3 and
And then
rook
push
d1. Yes. Should be holdable, but
this
unpleasant.
position, yeah.
I think Ivanchuk once drew with me. I mean,
Similar
Similar.
type of.
it was even I had much better variant. I had pawn already on b5, I think,
And the rook also behind.
and 2 rooks.
two rooks. Uh-huh.
But you know, he was very calm. I remember, just made a draw with the knees. And anyway, so these things happened. Rook b1, queen e5. So before rook b4,
Yeah.
not a
Yeah.
good idea. So queen d2, and now I felt kind of. I wasn't sure queen b2 is winning, but I felt that at least I should play it because that's a threat. If I don't do anything,
Yeah, queen e4 is coming h3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I wouldn't let my opponent to play queen b2.
Did you
I
consider
would be
h4
afraid.
yourself around this moment? Maybe even here.
But once you
Uh,
play h4, then you know these rook end games become pretty much drawish
I see. Okay.
because f6, g5, and all
And
these
that's-
things come.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why now I'm trying to play b4. Okay, if I was black, I won't let the queen exchange. I would just go with the king, and I think black should be able to hold it.
You think your chances definitely increase with the queen exchange?
I think they increased quite a lot
Okay.
because I couldn't really see what he's planning to do. I thought that perhaps Sergei is trying to do some, some crazy stuff like this. Try to just attack my rook.
Between c3 and c2.
But
Yeah. Too many squares.
yeah, too many squares. I think he's not in time.
Yeah.
And other than that, I mean, how do you defend this? I'm not a great expert on rook end games, but
Well.
my feeling of danger tells me that this is very, very difficult to save. And what he did, I didn't even think is serious. I was thinking, I mean, all along I was thinking this should be losing. It's a bit tricky, but
You're always able to stop him and
yes.
queen your own.
I was thinking maybe Sergei is trying some f5, but it doesn't really go anywhere with it after
f5,
f4.
f4.
Yes.
How would you have f5?
f5. Yeah, I was going to do something like this. Maybe f4,
F4.
takes, and some rook b3.
It's the same procedure.
Kind of
And
annoying.
the king is never really h3 and f3 and just yeah.
Or I don't know. Maybe I don't have to do that. Maybe I can already bring my king back, because this is also extremely annoying for black. I always have moves like this, you know.
And after king h2, you just king f4, f3.
Or king f3 even.
You mean because the king is completely.
And
yeah,
then I-
yeah.
Then I torture him with 6-1.
h3, rook b1. That's
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's nice.
So, and yeah, here I saw this that I'm winning with different ways, but I think this is the most solid way.
Yeah, rook b3. It was pointed out by we were already spoiling your advantage with king c5, allowing all kinds of counterplay with king e3, but rook
This
b3
is also winning actually.
yeah, d5 is of course in
Yes.
general already a much better square than yeah.
No,
'Cause now after
yes,
after king
C5
e3,
is-
you want to go king e5 or is that the
even that. But also, I even think that this is winning, because here, I mean, I didn't want to check. I don't need to.
Yeah,
check.
I can imagine that you don't want to.
No, did I just? No, sorry. Maybe this. Like king e2 and rook b4, and then I take.
Picking
rook
up the
f4.
h pawn and then h
But
pawn.
maybe I already went wrong. No, like I think I'm winning because
Check?
of this check.
Yeah,
yes.
check.
But anyway, if you have
Yeah.
rook b3, then it makes
Yeah,
no
rook
sense.
b3 is, and then the rest is just straightforward, huh?
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
cutting off the king on the g file and.
yes. And then rook f7.
Okay. Nice day at the office.
Thank you.
Big step. What do you think about
For the
Eindhoven?
humanity. I really enjoy here.
Yeah?
I mean, I was really surprised to see such a big complex. You know, it's incredible.
Right.
Incredible. I thought that outside of Amsterdam, you would have really peaceful, like cows and
Farming,
tulips. You know, the meals.
Wooden shoes, the wooden shoes.
wooden shoes and
Yeah.
but Eindhoven looks like a very, very cool place.
We have some crazy people in the audience. Thank you for that.
Ik ben van Maastricht. Misschien
Maastricht, that's even. You don't want to go there. You don't want to go there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Aaron.
And we'll be taking a small break. We'll be right back.
No, we won't be back.
We won't be
because
back.
the bus, also for the audience, the bus will leave at 7:30. And also, Erwin, you also have to join the bus. Otherwise, there's no way
Are we
home
still
to
live
Amsterdam.
right now?
We are.
We are live.
So you.
In that case, I want to thank the audience for being with us today. Unfortunately, I just been told that I'm going to take the bus. So this is it for us today. Thank you very much for joining. And well, Aronian seems to be well on his way on winning yet another time here in the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Thank you.